Stomach turning at the thought of any happiness you brought. Ooh, you know I never really was the one for you. Ooh, I'm never, never, never getting over you. Ooh, you know I fall to pieces for the things you do.
It's true.
Out here on my own, you left me broken and alone. Stomach turning at the thought of any happiness you brought. Ooh, you know I never really was the one for you. Ooh, I'm never, never, never getting over you. Ooh, you know I fall to pieces for the things you do. Ooh, never, never, never getting over you.
You know it's true.
The butterflies on my insides have all gone away. You're not along for the danger, but I'm here to stay. I fall even deeper in the lies, they don't keep me away. You wanna know my secrets, so you keep crashing into my waves. I don't have the patience for that, not okay with waiting for that. I don't know what's changed in my head. Let's go somewhere and never come back. Tonight we lose control. No matter where we go, we're never going home. And you don't even know when I get you alone, you can lose your halo. What you waiting for? I've been feeling low. Won't you give me more? I fall even deeper in the lies, they don't keep me away. You wanna know my secrets, so you keep crashing into my waves. I don't have the patience for that, not okay with waiting for that. I don't know what's changed in my head. Let's go somewhere and never come back. Tonight we lose control. No matter where we go, we're never going home. And you don't even know when I get you alone, you can lose your halo. You can lose your halo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to VGL Challenger Series, split number 2. We're in the playoffs. My name is Blueberries. Happy to be your host here tonight for those Challenger Series playoffs. And together with me, we have Dalsy and Forecourt Jester. Forecourt Jester, well, I think since time is early over there in Canada, I would like to welcome you. How's it going?
It's noon, the sun is up, we've had ourselves a decent breakfast, and I'm ready to get into some of this Challenger Series stuff because this is the last week for points. This is going to be for all the marbles.
Absolutely, last week for points. Tomorrow we finish split number 2. Dalsy basically around the corner, you know, a little bit water in between us. How's the sun shining over in the UK? Is it at all?
No, it's actually full-on hailstorming right now.
No.
So...
You.
Unlucky, but you know it's interesting nonetheless, but not as interesting as today's games.
All right, well, today's games, let's take a look at that one. We had to, you know, delay the stream a little bit. We are a little bit late, but that's fine. This is the featured game here, Lemon and Lime versus Reliable Union. Those two guys are facing each other, those two teams. Lemon and Lime, seed number 1, they are the first seeded team, which means basically, they should win the split again from the paper. But of course, we know this is a game, this is vainglory, and anything can happen. Basically, we are ready with the teams here in the party, just making sure the last person is invited as well. So while we do, let's actually take a little look at the bracket. Well, actually, I think we are good to go, and then we can start first of all with the game. So let's talk a little bit about those teams before we go into the draft. Lemon and Lime, you know, we see Apfel 123, Ghost 83, and Mr. K Cool. Those guys stick together for pretty much a long time. Dalsy, how do you think is it going for them, especially in this series or with this day and maybe today?
In this series, they should be in a favorable position to take the win over Reliable Union. You know, we have seen strength from Reliable Union. Of course, they've made it all the way from their bracket of the group. So it's not to say that Reliable Union aren't a fantastic team. You know, we do have our first, second, third, and fourth seeded teams in the winners bracket playing today to try and qualify, but Lemon and Lime, I think that they are possibly better than the bottom tier VG8 teams in Europe.
Okay.
And they got a little bit ahead of themselves trying to, qualify for London by taking down Rising Lotus. And it failed. So going forward, they're in a really good spot to at least get one of the 3 challenge battle slots for split 2. And if they get one of those premier spots, number 1 or number 2, then actually without the distraction of championship points to try and qualify for the live championships, they should be able to pick a little bit more wisely and actually just guarantee their entry into Europe. So that's my strong, bold prediction. But last time we were here, Blueberries, they got upset in this round of the bracket last split, and they had to run a gauntlet all the way through the losers bracket to actually then get into the finals and win it.
Absolutely true. And while we take a look at the bracket here, quickly talking about the matches which are going on the other side here, we have Late Cobras versus Denial Esport. We have Axel VG versus Voodoo Esports in the elimination bracket, and Team Midgets versus Helldivers, who are seed 58. This is incredible. Those games are going to start in 45 minutes, so I am about to kick off the draft here so that we can get a couple of more matches going. Let's jump into the draft here, ladies and gentlemen. Lemon and Lime, they are starting on the left side, the blue side, and Forecourt. Looking at this, we have 2.3, 2.4 is around the corner. Tomorrow we will play and continue on tournament server. We will finish doing the downtime, the Vainglory split number 2. We got a Fortress and a Voxban. What do you like to see here in game number 1? Is there anything in particular?
Well, there's still a lot of emphasis on the healers moving forward, like Lyra, as you can see, a shadow pick, now actual picked. But the other big guy is Lance. Lance has really been a very big first pick potential, so much so that Reliable Union is even going to ignore an Adagio, possibly give over that double heals to Lemon and Lime. And they're going to pick themselves up a very nice early game kind of gank squad, a very nice mid game power spike from these guys there as well. And Lance can, especially if he is going to be that Captain Lance, he can really be that front line. He can really enable a lot of defensive plays. He can really enable a lot of offensive plays with the help there of Glaive as well.
All right, so we got Samuel, and as you said here on the other side, Glaive and Lance. Very excited for that one. And Mr. K Cool, let's see who is he going to pick to round up that composition. And then, of course, I will put it all on you, Dalsy. How do you like the Black Feather?
Black Feather is really good. It provides a lot of ability to really get down there into the back line. Ooh, this is interesting. Rona coming forward as the last pick. That's actually a really nice pickup into the Samuel that Apfel is going to be playing. So this is the aim of the Rona is to really get on to Samuel and just try and take him out before Mr. K-Cool can do much.
Alright, well, we are loading into the fold. It's the first game, it's a winner bracket game. This being said, it's a best of 3 series. If you're going to lose that one, you will fall down to the elimination bracket. So both teams didn't lose any best of 3 series here as for now. And that being said, we are on the fold. Gentlemen, it is all yours with Lemon and Lime and Reliable Union.
Well, let's kick it off here for Court. Lemon and Lime versus Reliable Union for our first series of today. Winner of this guarantees a so is it guarantees? Oh, it might not be guarantees. No, I think it is guarantees a spot in the challenge battles. Yeah.
Well, if you go from winners to winners to winners and then you just never lose, I would assume that you would have something of a dibs into that one. But you know what, Mr. Dowsey, you said it a little bit earlier on. Nothing here is guaranteed from these teams because they've been to these stages before. Reliable Union still really looking for their first entry into a challenge battle situation. But Lemon and Lime, you know, it's a lot for them to prove that they can get back into a challenge battle and perhaps finally take their spot into a VGA.
All right, so for some clarification, if you win this match, you get into the second round of the winner's bracket, and then from that point on, if you win it, you guarantee a spot in the challenge battles. If you lose it, you fall down into a 3rd place, 4th place decider, I believe. No, it is just wins. I've ruined myself. I don't know what I'm talking about clearly, but yeah.
All you got to do is just not lose, Dowsey, right?
If you win this match, you guarantee yourself in the challenge battles because if you then lose it, you then play for 2nd or 3rd. So that's pretty big for both these teams. You know, it's the fastest route towards VG8. And actually, something a little bit surprising is we actually have Apfel playing the Samuel up in the lane. You know, most of the time when you see Samuel and Black Feather picked up, especially in Europe, you assume that Black Feather is going to be heading up into the lane and the Samuel into the jungle, but it's not the case today for Lemon and Lime.
Nah, Mr. Gaycool really does have a lot more of a signature pick with this one as well. I think just saying back in draft, Apfel to play out this Samuel was definitely the right way to go. But you know, swapping up the roles a little bit here, putting Mr. Gaycool into the jungle instead of putting him into that lane, as some might expect. Yeah, he's at home in both, to be really honest. Like Ghost and Apfel have to deal with a lot of melee, right? This is a triple melee comp from Reliable Union, so putting that range out there, especially with the babysit here from the Lyra, and having that bright bulwark, just means that she can protect that Samuel. And at the same time, Mr. K-Cole, he's not exactly a glass cannon, right? If he does get jumped, he should have quite a few different, at least ways to deal with that, and you can't really say the same for Apfel early on.
No, absolutely, and I kind of feel like Sneaky's pick here of the Rona could just counter everything that Lemon and Lime wanted to pull out, because it's very hard to blow up a Rona. She's very sustainable. However, if you pulley her like they're doing in the lane right now, then you can find first blood for yourself, and that puts her so far behind. Ghost able to snipe that one away with the Imperial Sigil.
Now, you might come into this game, it might be something like, all right, there's a Lyra, but where's the Adagio? It must have been banned. Nope, wasn't even banned, wasn't even picked. And if you come from some of the previous metas, the double heal option that Lemon and Lime chose not to go with has really not shown good colors this patch here, Dowsy. Like, the 2.3, especially after the introduction of Poison Shiv, like, it still kind of lingered on a little bit after Poison Shiv was introduced, but this patch, this split, has really shown that the double heals have kind of been figured out.
It has, but it's not a it's not 100% like a concrete double heal. Like Mr. K-Cool will build a Serpent's Mask and will be able to sustain himself through that item. Apfel, of course, has the Drifting Dark and will be able to sustain himself through that ability. But it's not like you're pulling in an Adagio and a Lyra to put together to create a healing composition. A bit of a gank in the lane. Ghost looks like he should be able to get away from this. Nice movement using the boots as well. And actually, they're looking to counter this, turn it right on its head as Mr. K-Cool comes up into the lane. He didn't want to hard commit though, so Lemon Lime will fall back. So whilst I do believe we will get a Poison Shiv coming forward, or at least I assume, I kind of feel like we need a Poison Shiv from Sneaky. If we don't, that's a little bit strange. It won't be as much as a hard counter that against an Adagio and a Lyra could be.
Well, the Poison Shiv, I would definitely expect it for Sneaky. I'm on the fence if Mr. K-Cool is actually going to be buying one here because, Mini McFly is going to have that fountain, Rona have her own lifesteal. I guess if Sneaky starts getting too big, we might see one there, but absolutely, I would definitely expect Sneaky to be looking into one, perhaps even the double lifesteal build.
We tend to see Black Feathers build a double lifesteal item towards the end game more than early. They usually pick up the Serpent's Mask, then get a breaking point, sometimes a Shimmer Steel if you want to try and lock some stuff down. We'll talk about it in a sec though as a gank's happening, but Mini McFly is going very low. They've turned it around and it will be a kill for Mr. K-Cool. And they're going to look for eyes as well. It doesn't look like they're going to hard commit here. So Lemon and Lime, really nice movement. Mr. K-Cool, red eyes like a book, and oh god, eyes. Perhaps he needs to get his eyes checked, as he will need some reading glasses if he's not too careful. Mr. K-Cool looking to find a tower dive. On points can be a great initiation method for Lemon and Lime if they wanted it, but right now they're just poking more than anything. Forecourt.
Now they're setting up a siege. Reliable Union thinking about perhaps finding something. Yeah, well, Mini McFly had a chance, missed out the route. So the siege is going to be good. It's going to keep Reliable Union just a little bit more off to their side of the fold here. But something else to think about just as we're continuing to theory craft. Like we're 6 minutes in, we're going to be looking for some of those spikes as we have some of the cash now being spent here from Lemon Lime CC. Well, there's the Shiv from Sneaky, but at the same time, Apfel into the Frostburn. So 6 minute laning, Apfel, Frostburn. Feels maybe a little late, but didn't really leave that lane. So that's the first time he actually went to get to spend his cash. And Mr. Keiko should be looking for a Serpent's Mask here soon enough. But after that Serpent's Mask, perhaps even that breaking point, I would really expect to see an Atlas, because this is a triple melee and very weapon heavy between Sneaky and just some of those auto hits that Mini McFly and Eyes will be dealing.
Atlas is such an awkward item into Rona. Yes, you get it because you need to try and reduce her attack speed when she's auto-attacking you, but eventually she gets to a point where Red Mist is like continuously up and spinning, and Atlas does nothing to prevent its damage. So I don't know if it's going to be hard prioritized. It certainly armor will be, and we will see tier 2 armor come out from Lemon and Lime. It really just depends on what they're looking to do. If they want to try and chase down this very mobile composition from Reliable Union, then a Shim Steel might come through, but we'll just have to find out. Right now, they're just playing their siege game really nicely, but they have to be careful. Eyes wanting to hard engage, and oh no, that's perfect! That's going to be the kill going over. Fountain can't save you. Now looking for Mr. K-Cool, but he's trying to find one of his own. Eyes will not fall. Mr. K-Cool now has to get out by himself as Ghost goes forward, but can't find the kill for himself. Mr. K-Cool will escape, but Ghost perhaps a little bit too greedy looking for it. Dodges away from the impale. That will be the Lyra, nice and safe. And actually, what? Mr. K-Cool's coming back in. Does he think he can get a kill here? This is adventurous for sure. No, he's just going to walk back around. What was that? Nice dodge. And here comes Apfel, looking to just push the wave up. This is a little bit crazy, Forecourt. Just a little bit.
Call me crazy. I think he was actually just holding the lane a little bit for Apfel. Apfel was not going to make it back before the turret had its way with some of those minions. So I think Mr. Keiko actually played that one out. He knew he wasn't going to go down, but I don't know. Maybe that's a bit of a crazy theory of mine there. But overall, I mean, Apfel going down, it's not the end of the world, but you saw Ghost immediately put out the Bright Bulwark, but just a few milliseconds too late, was not able to stop out the cast there of that afterburn, and that's when he went down. So I would say, yeah, get a reflex block. That's exactly what he did here. I think Mr. Keiko is going to be looking for his sometime down the line. He has tier 2 armor, and they're just kind of back to the bullying state here of Reliable Union.
Yeah, if Apfel gets bursted, then Lemon and Lime will lose their fights. You can see he gets knocked out, but that's away from any damage, so he's going to be very safe and sound. Does get impaled.
Nice.
Will Sneaky dive forward? No, Mr. Keiko, in fact, laying down a bit of damage as he jumps on top of Eyes. You can see that rose trail following him around, so Mr. Keiko going to have fairly good ideas of where he is, but Mini McFly is trying to stop it up. Sneaky defending the turret, Mr. Keiko coming in from the side, and Eyes just trying to get some healing from those camps. This turret siege is strong from Lemon and Lime, and Sneaky's struggling to hold it all together. Eye's going to come in. Can he land the afterburn? No, he cannot. Apfel's still alive, and he's going to get the fountain to heal up as well. Oblivion's going to land on 2, and Sneaky able to get out, but this is not looking good for Reliable Union. First kill goes to Mr. Keiko, as they're going to try and single out another. Eyes knocks Ghost into the turret range, but he's still not the main target. Looking for Apfel more than anything. Mr. Keiko, though, oh, that was deep. Will Sneaky get baited in to his own demise? It's not looking great for him, but the Malice and Verdicts aren't connecting, and now the turret siege may continue. We'll have to see. Lemon and Lime, they are very low.
Lemon and Lime have a lot of skill shots kind of going wide, but they did finally get that kill on top of Mini McFly. That afterburn that knocked Ghost into the turret, that was really just meant for Apfel right there. I mean, he was so low at that point. Would have been a very easy cleanup for Sneaky, but did not get the right tap on that one. So Lemon and Lime getting the better of the trades. In terms of gold, they might be up 3-1, but there hasn't really been a lot of objective play yet. I mean, the gold miners haven't been taken down, not a lot of jungle steel to go through, so we're pretty neck and neck when it comes to the earnings here at 10 minutes in.
Yeah, no, 100%. Very interesting to see that the farm game is somehow going in favor. And perhaps it's just that the kills aren't worth too much. Perhaps it's the fact that Lemon and Lime haven't cleared the gold that was sitting around, because once they have, you know, the gold does spike back up towards them. But it isn't a huge lead for Lemon and Lime. It's surely comebackable. Mini McFly is going to find a good engage. The impale lands onto Apfel. Sneaky's diving forward, but Eyes is diving backwards. Miscommunication from Reliable Union. Eyes going to dive forward once more, look for an afterburn, but he doesn't find anything. That's going to be Reliable Union forced to fall back here. They've used their fountain. Ghost still has his, and he has healing, of course, as a Lyra. And now this siege from Lemon and Lime should surely result in at least a death from Reliable Union, and perhaps the turret as well.
And the longer these fights go on, Lemon and Lime with that Lyra, with that sustain, if there's no engage from Sneaky, there's no mortal wounds.
Yeah, no, that's very true. He has to land the auto attacks to be able to shut down the healing. You can see he does so onto Apfel, but it just doesn't do anything for Reliable Union apart from take down Sneaky's health bar. This turret is less than half HP. Mini McFly just kind of beating out with a recall there. But he's now wishing that he didn't show his face. It's going to be turret now siege. Malice and Verdicts go out. They're going to look for an engage, though. It's everyone going in. Turret falls, but can they get Apfel? Yes, they can. Ghost in trouble as well as he goes very low. That's going to be Mr. Keiko knocked back. They're going to try and take him on down, but he's looking for the passage, and he's going to escape right through it as well. Perhaps a little bit of miscommunication from Reliable Union as they went for the most mobile hero rather than perhaps the easier one to kill. But a double impale perhaps could provide a bit of redemption as they're going to dive forward, look for the turret, and perhaps Mr. Keiko as well. Good turnaround from Reliable Union after Apfel got caught.
Yeah, eventually picking up a kill just really turns the tides in their favor. And the triple melee, they really got to stick to their targets. So you saw just the siege from Lemon and Lime, how they kept Reliable Union dancing around, but they were very patient about it. And eventually, after getting that catch, they're able to even return that objective damage right there. So it's very do or die for Reliable Union. They can't beat around the bush. They can't take some damage and then back off and keep trying to chip away at the comp, because it's just not going to work. Ghost will heal them all up, and Lemon and Lime will just continually get this health advantage as time goes on. So you got to be quick, decisive, and when you find that catch, you got to commit, and that's what Reliable Union was able to do there.
Well, gold is now back to even. Another fight perhaps brewing around the middle of the map here. Reliable Union not wanting to hard commit, but you can see infusions being picked up by Mr. Keiko and Eyes, and the junglers are ready to brawl it out. And then Lime, though, they're going to try and head back up to the lane. Don't want to be fighting around any corridors, but a good double impale from Mini McFly. And now Eyes looking for an afterburn. He knocks Apfel against the wall, and Apfel taking huge poke from this afterburn. He's dipping and he's diving, he's trying to escape. Crucible comes out late, but Apfel is safe for now, getting the heals from the Imperial Sigil. But Reliable Union are certainly finding some engages, some ways into this fight. They just have to hard commit forecourt, as the healing composition that Lemon and Lime have mean that if they don't get bursted, they're back up to 100 in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and that's the danger of kind of letting these fights go on and on and on here with Lyra. But Lyra...
That was a mistake from Ghost. Is he going to be punished? Yes, he will. That's going to be a kill going Eyes' way. Apfel splitting from the fighter. Sneaky chases him down. Eyes trying to get in, but the afterburn fails. Mr. Keiko will get rooted, and that will be his demise. Able to find the execute onto Eyes. So a 2 for 1. 2 for none, in fact, going in favor of Reliable Union there. And now Apfel perhaps caught out. Or Eyes going to knock him against the wall, but the impale not quite where he wants to go. Eyes having to fall back. Mini McFly Sneaky, they're in position, but they're not going to dive.
And one of the downsides of Samuel, who has really been picked up quite a bit this split, rose a good chunk in popularity, is that you can block the damage. So, like, as soon as Eyes was too far deep, Mini McFly comes in, steps forward, and Apple's like, all right, well, I guess I'm going to have to give that one up. And he does. And they give up a gold miner on top of it. And all this was spearheaded by just a very disastrous face check by Ghost. I mean, you can see in his inventory, 5 flares. He's not willing to let that happen again, and rightly so, because a 2 for 0 return and that gold mine, that's going to be the last one of the game, does put Reliable Union slightly ahead in gold. It's not an overwhelming amount, but it's enough to keep these guys going, right? The item builds have been really starting to flesh out. We're looking at 2.5 items here with Sneaky, has that Aegis ready to go. Eyes has had that support build, that utility build, for quite a bit, and he's looking for an Aegis of his own here. I'm curious that there's no Atlas actually prioritized from him, but Mini McFly, Sneaky, like Eyes, any of the 3 could pick it up. They're all building into some sort of armor.
Yeah, no, they're definitely not wanting to be executed by this Black Feather. And actually, I've been pretty impressed by the way Reliable Union have played this game, but perhaps we'll talk about it in a second as Lemon Lime are getting flanked around the corner. Apfel dived on top of Eyes. Will not be able to land the afterburn. Good. Crucible stops it. There's the Oblivion, but it's going to be blocked by Mini McFly. The Founder comes out, and Ghost goes very low, but will be able to escape. Mr. Keiko's trying to get into the fight, but Giffy and Moore will prevent him from chasing down Sneaky. So instead, he turns onto the lands himself and says, I'll have you instead. They're going to go forward, and this is going to be Mini McFly falling, as Reliable Union did not want to turn around and try for a fight. Eyes, though, may get spotted out here. No, he's not. Oh, Apfel has spotted him out. Will he chase him down is the question. Crystal Sentry can provide a bit of a brick wall for the Mountain Verdict. You can kind of see Eyes following it in. But this Kraken on the map, Lemon and Lime have started it. Sneaky and Eyes are aware. They're going to go for the hero play by the looks of things. Lemon and Lime may just turn it on their face. Journey Boots picked up by Sneaky. He's going to be so mobile, but he's not able to find an explosion onto Apfel. Now it is just waiting for this Kraken to go down, but Lemon and Lime, they're not taking it quickly. Ghost goes very low, but Eyes will lose his life. Will he lose? Yes, he will. There's the kill coming forward. Sneaky going to dive in, but the Kraken is secured by Lemon and Lime, and now Sneaky has to try and escape, but escape he will not. Mini McFly tries to save, but now Lemon and Lime chasing him around the jungle, or not. Probably for best, as they don't want to get caught up in that. But wow, what a turn of events for Lemon and Lime.
Poor Eyes, this game, he's been making some pretty decent afterburns, but when it comes down to some of these very end moments of the fight, like earlier on, he was looking for Apfel, knocks Ghost into a turret. Yeah, they were able to still be doing okay, but they lost that fight. And then this fight here with the Kraken, if he had been able to afterburn Ghost, who was on her last legs, as Lyra right there, could have been a complete turnaround right there at the Kraken, but instead, afterburned Apfel, and then Ghost was able to survive. They were able to get the kills, the Kraken, and now they're pushing forward here as well, Dazzy.
Yeah, pushing into the base, but the Kraken's taking huge chunks of damage. It's only found 1 turret, but this choke point should fall towards the end. Yes, it does. The Kraken, perhaps just a facilitator more than anything to break the base. Mr. Keiko wants to fight, though. Oblivion goes out, but it does get blocked, and in fact, would have been able to outrun it. Reliable Union are healing, but this Kraken is finding a bit of damage onto the second Vein Crystal turret. Apfel caught it in the root, but Reliable Union did not want it. So that's going to be Lemon and Lime able to just walk out with 2 turrets and the base broken.
It almost looked like a display of dominance right there from Apfel as he charged forward into Glaive's face. But Glaive is not quite done with this chase, but with that Afterburn defeated, he has to wait a few more seconds, and he just doesn't really have the follow-up here from the rest of the team. But when everybody gathers, this could be the breaking point for the next fight here.
Yep, breaking point, infusions, Norway Gauntlet, it's all come out, but Ghost is caught. He's trying to heal up, but the mortal wound is ticking, and that's a huge mistake. Lemon and Lime left him to dead. Perhaps they can find a return kill. They're certainly trying to do so, but it's Mr. Keiko, the main target. Sneaky going in, and Sneaky will find a kill. Apfel just left in a 1 versus 3, and this is huge for Reliable Union. They're going to take Apfel down, and they don't. Oh, they do lose Sneaky in the process. Oblivion comes out. It puts Mini McFly to sleep. Apfel could turn this. Apfel could turn this if he finds the Mallet and Verdicts looking for Mini McFly. No, he goes on to Eyes. Eyes very low, but will use his Afterburn away. Apfel's still chasing, but he can't hit that over the wall. It's too far away, and Mini McFly will be able to get back to base. A bit of an error there from Reliable Union. They hard committed for that ace, but they didn't expect the damage that came out of Apfel.
That was just real impressive from Lemon and Lime in the fact that Apfel was able to survive by the end of it, right? Mr. Keiko was able to peel, did enough damage that we were able to pick up a kill, and then Apfel was able to chase away the aggressors. But at the same time, it was rather important because Ghost has now kind of made these decisions twice. He did that big face check earlier on, which led to a very disastrous engage. And then this time, like, they knew that they were coming. They knew that they were being chased, but Lemon and Lime in the mid decided to shop, and then Ghost makes an exit towards the opponents. Like, what was he expecting to get done? I mean, he did pick up that null wave right then and there. Perhaps he was just a little bit too giddy about using it there, but losing out the life was a big detriment to the team. But Apfel and Mr. Keiko able to outduel the 3 melee was a big boost.
Now it's another fight breaking out, but this could only go in favor of Reliable Union. The tight corridors is where Lance wants to fight, but the damage is coming out from Apfel, starting to stack up. He gets knocked against the wall. The Impale only lands on the Kraken, not the prime target, and Sneaky's in a bit of trouble here as Mr. Keiko tries to dive forward to find the execute. Here comes Mr. Keiko. Apfel throwing those malices out as well. The verdict's not quite connecting. That's going to be Mini McFly going very low. Will he escape? No, he will not. Mr. Keiko going to find the kill. And now we're in a very similar position for court. Deja vu. It's just Sneaky and Eyes left alive, and the Kraken ready to be taken.
And Sentry defeated. That's actually the first one this round to go down. But lots of infusions across the board. 3 items on Apfel. Mr. Keiko. Well, I'm probably looking for a bone saw at the end. I'd be very surprised if it went into a tension bow, but it's all coming together. Lemon and Lime have kept up with the goal. They've kept up with the pressure, and if they can get that Kraken going, then it could be actually game.
So this is very interesting. A bit of a split here. Eyes is being ran around the map as Mr. Keiko says, no, you will not come and steal our Kraken. Samuel doesn't take Kraken very quickly, but instead what Lemon and Lime are going to do is just try and single out Eyes. Not successfully though, and now Mini McFly has been allowed to respawn. Sneaky, being true to his name, is hiding out in a bush, but he doesn't have vision of the Kraken, neither does he have vision of the enemy team. He will spot that the Kraken is sitting in her court, so he will know that there's no risk, but that was surprisingly good from Reliable Union to be able to stop the Kraken.
Divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. If Lemon and Lime want to put all their eggs in one basket, well, they're going to lose the other. So Reliable Union getting the runaround and actually saving both is definitely a boon to them. But when it comes down to it, like, how are they going to win some of these fights? Other than Ghost getting caught, nothing really has gone Reliable Union's way.
This is a good place to fight if they wanted it, but the Pride War Bulwark will stop them from hard engaging. Sneaky dives in. And there's Mini McFly's double root, but Eyes all this time is trying to take the healing camp, and the rest of his team is like, run! They're coming! It's going to be a fight started as Reliable Union are trying to fight around there. It's Crystal Sentry. Eyes will land an Afterburn, but it is just so much miscommunication coming out of Reliable Union. It feels like Eyes is almost a second behind on the communication front. Reliable Union are going left and he's going right. This will allow Lemon and Lime to try and find the kills. It's gonna be Sneaky being that brick wall, but Mr. Keiko has found Eyes. Won't be able to find the execute, but he's gonna dive onto Mini McFly. Ghost is very low, will get impaled. This Crystal Sentry's doing work to Mr. Keiko, but he's got so much HP, and Apple's just chasing down Sneaky, looking for the kill. Sneaky has a lot of armor, but what he does not have is enough shielding to deal with the 9 Broken Myth stacks. And now Eyes left stuck and trying to escape. Will be able to find the afterburn. Will be able to get to his fountain to heal up, but this is looking like it might be game right now.
Yeah, the triple melee has a lot of potential for these kind of... yeah, good night. They have a lot of potential, but unfortunately just weren't really able to get a lot of executes. Not really a lot of engages went their way. Again, if they caught out Ghost, they're able to take favorable turns of fate. But past that, Lemon and Lime just kind of sieged up and used their tools well.
Yeah, 100%. That's going to be the Kraken taken down. It wasn't an easy game from Lemon and Lime. Reliable Union definitely put up a big fight, and you look at the goal, you look at the kills, it's not like it was a stomp as expected from Lemon and Lime, which does definitely show hope for them Blueberries coming into this series, that they could actually perhaps bring back a game in the next matchup.
Well, yeah, absolutely true. And Lemon and Lime, of course, they want to, get away from this elimination bracket, because as you said earlier, taking the win here puts you very, very far ahead, and is actually a really nice and comfortable situation for tomorrow. And that being said, it is 1-0 for Lemon and Lime versus Reliable Union, seed number 1 versus seed number 4. For Coach Jester, I would like to ask you, taking a look at this game, I think there were little things from Reliable Union which could have done better. I think the very first Kraken try steal thing-ish was a little bit unfortunate. Was it the right move to go in there all in, basically 2 versus 3, and try to get that Kraken? Or would you say, well, I think they just should have gone back and wait with all the 3 and then clear the Kraken ASAP?
I think there was definitely a big moment where there was a big turnaround situation, because Lemon and Lime had to tank up the Kraken and they were getting run around by Reliable Union. But again, the problem was that Eyes on this Glaive just unfortunately wasn't able to make the clutch afterburns that his team needed him to. Multiple times throughout the fight, there was this low hit point target that was just kind of side by side with a very healthy hit point target, and very, very subtle movement of the finger, and all of a sudden you're not afterburning the low hit point guy into oblivion. No, you're hitting the high health guy, and unfortunately the fish gets away, essentially, right? You go fishing and it just kind of it doesn't come up anything, and you go home hungry. So that's happened a few too many times for my liking. Eyes got, it's hard to do. There's 2 targets beside each other. How do you reliably make sure that you hit the right target on that one? But if that had gone any different, could have easily been a change of pace.
All right. So, well, Miniman McFly is of the opinion that the blue side will change the outcome of the game. Probably we should check a little bit. I think some of the API websites, VG Pro or VG Minor, I think they show the percentage on how much you're gonna win. So I will check this out, gentlemen and ladies, during draft. We're going to kick that one off right away, because in 20 minutes, basically, the next round is starting, which is elimination bracket time, where it's going to be really excited. Draft has been kicked off, and let's see what are going to be the bans and picks here, Dalsey.
I don't know about Mini McFly, but I have a 44% win rate on blue and a 59% win rate on red, so I'm not quite sure what is the case behind that. Mini McFly also has a better chance on his red side, 63 to the 54 on blue, so it is just a bit of a joke. What does allow Reliable Union here is that they get that first pick, and they can kind of dictate the way the bans go out. They ban Vox, they pick up Lyra here. Does leave open a lot of priority picks. You do have the Alpha, the Adagio, and the Gwen as well available, but Celeste's going to be prioritized by Apple, certainly enjoying the CP Mages.
All right. Well, As a matter of fact, Mini McFly wins more games on the right side, on the red side, than the blue side. So I don't know what impression he has, but might not be that accurate. But anyway, you know, never say never. Now they go for a composition which looks a lot like Lemon and Lime picked in game number 1. Forecourt, is this going to change anything? Dalsy, yeah, please go ahead.
So what they've done here is they've taken away primary weapon-powered junglers here. The CP, so they've got the Black Feather and the Glaive. You've got a Celeste, so that is most likely going to the lane. And oh wow, Lemon Lime actually going to drop the draft. That was a massive move, that draft there, because they picked up a CP laner and then went, right, we're going to take away your 2 primary weapon power laners. They didn't know who to pick after that.
Yep.
Lemon Lime were confused. So I'm not entirely sure what happens now, Blueberries, but we got the main man on the job to talk it through.
Absolutely.
Because that was very clever drafting from Reliable Union.
Yeah, it was, and they need to give me right away an answer. Otherwise, this series is going to end 1-1, and we're going straight into game number 3. They have a couple of more seconds to do so. We will go on a I don't want to say a short break. We just have to wait basically right now, since they are not going to reply, but they have been connected to the chat. I doubt that they can give me answer, and that would be then a classic dodge from the draft, which is not allowed. Never happened in VGL until this point, but this is of course where it's getting interesting. And as you said, Dalsy, correctly, they kind of like outdrafted here very cleverly and smart for Forecourt. What do you think about the draft?
Well, it's not like you've denied all of the junglers out there, and you know, maybe we'll bust out of the double CP at the same time, but we just don't really see a lot of that here, the split. I am a little curious if this game is actually even going to go through, but that Celeste, now she's up against 2 melee and a Lyra. And Celeste, I do feel we've seen examples of this in the past, especially with really good core collapse placement. You can really stop up a lot of aggression from a team. You can really dictate where those melees step with a minefield. So they might have tried to anti-draft here for that Celeste comp to kind of deny a weapon jungler, but they've also set themselves up that if they don't get off some great engages on top of Celeste, then they are going to be dancing for their lives, and that's going to put them on the back foot quite a bit.
All right. So K-Cool was apparently the last guy to choose, if I'm not mistaken. Do you remember that, guys?
We'll
find out very, very shortly, as I'm sure the stream will come off delay.
Yeah,
if we can.
Stream's already
can
past
100%
delays,
confirm.
I think.
No, it's not.
Okay.
But I do think it was Mr. K-Cool who was picking. I'm pretty sure Apple was our first pick. Yep, no, confirmation. Mr. K-Cool was definitely the last pick for Lemon and Lime.
Just keep an eye on the on the draft if it's still in process on stream. So I get word that K-Cool apparently picked Finn, but he apparently he said he locked in, but it was thrown back. So it sounds like a very last second thing. If we see Finn kind of grayish still, maybe for a split of a second.
So would that be Finn, Celeste, Lance?
Yes, and then you would assume the
Lance
would go in the jungle, which is definitely doable. And it's kind of, I don't believe the Lance was ever picked up as an intended jungler for Lemon and Lime, but certainly is a good way to shift it around and just change your captain hero. But just looking at it really quickly, Reliable Union, I think they threw this is the thing I love about quick drafting, and something that I kind of feel like has been stolen away with the bonus time in the VG8, is that what Reliable Union did here was they picked up 2 heroes very quickly, Black Feather, and then within 3 or 4 seconds they picked up the Glaive as well. So it meant that Lemon and Lime didn't have much time to really react to the fact that 2 premier weapon power junglers had been stolen away. And I'm just double checking. We do have the draft ongoing on our screens here, Blueberries, but I'm just double checking to see if the Finn ever was hovered by Mr. K-Cool. 5, 4,
nope,
3, 2, 1. Yep, no, it did just go straight to 0 with no hero hovered. So
All right. Well, at least Apfel was reaching out, not in-game because the in-game chat was not working. Just for your information, also for you casters, but also for the viewers. If something like this happens, the teams have to immediately call out the pick which was actually meant to be picked, in terms what they say it was not logging in, or they said it was logged in. However, he reached out on Discord, told me that this pick should have been Finn, and that was shortly after things were happening and I was focused on the in-game chat. That being said, everything is fine. We're kicking off game number 2 now with Reliable Union versus Lemon and Lime, together with Forecourt Jester and Dalsey.
awesome. So I'm a huge fan of the draft there from Reliable Union Forecourt, as mentioned. They are going to be playing a CP Glaive weapon power Black Feather in the lane, and they're looking for a bit of a sneaky play. They're up in this top mustache bush, just looking and hoping to catch out someone coming to lane. But what's actually happening is Apfel is at the backs right now, farming with Mr. Keiko, getting that ambient gold, and in fact getting a couple of last hits for himself. So this was kind of thwarted by the hyper carry strat that Lemon Lime decided to employ.
The idea was good, but unfortunately, I just wrong game to do it in.
I saw away that that healing camp. That's actually pretty big. It means Mr. Keiko has got literally no farm for himself on this opener, because they gave all the farm over to Apfel. And you remember in VGA we saw Team Secret employ a hyper carry Celeste, which just did not go the way that they wanted.
Actually, if you look at there's a lot of zeros out there. Eyes just picked up first hit on his own train right there, so actually could be setting themselves up for that hyper carry, just like you're talking about here, Mr. Dowsey. But again, like in terms of like the compliments we were paying in terms of taking away those junglers, right? Adapting Mr. Keiko into this this jungle lance. Oh God, is he gonna? Ooh. Sorry, he nearly died to an ancient train. That was pretty cool. I think that's a really good adaptation. But at the same time, like playing around a Finn now is exactly what Apfel wants to do. If Sneaky jumps in, if Eyes jumps in, look for that afterburn. You're gonna have a Crucible. You're gonna have that reflex probably from Apfel there as well. Okay, Apfel, don't die as I'm trying to give you good compliments here. But playing around Ghost, I think, is a very solid defensive position.
Yeah, no, certainly Ghost can provide a lot of protection, but not right now, as Apfel is taking a lot of a beating. Good Quibble does a bit of damage to Sneaky, but the snipe comes forward. They were not expecting the damage from Sneaky, and First Blood gonna go. Sorry, Mini Mac flies away as I get my names muddled, mixed up.
So, yeah, all right. So Apfel, playing around the Finn is great, but this early on, it's not where this is going to shine. Just kind of stay a little bit more out of range there, Sneaky, and maybe we'll have a little bit more of a better option. But Mr. Keiko is going to take a while to come online here, as well as Apfel, because 1 item, 2 item, 3 item. It's definitely the 2 to 3 item spike that you see for Apfel, because he should be level 8 around that point as well. That's when you get the bigger range on the Heliogenesis, and with again really good core collapse placement between him, Mr. Keiko, and Ghost. I mean, there's a lot of heal that you can have to keep this glass cannon going.
Yeah, no, and I'd be super interested to see if Lemon and I are able to protect and play the Celeste to good strengths. Lemon and Lime, they definitely one of the teams in Europe that love CP laners, and everyone was kind of looking towards Apfel when patch 2.3 came out because of his known hero pool, that he is good when it comes to these CP laners. So it's time for him to shine, kind of show us his mettle, because there are teams succeeding with it, but I don't feel like we've had huge, massive amounts of success yet with CP laners in the top tier of play.
We've seen some good results with Celeste in general, but we've also seen some pretty bad attempts at getting the glass cannon going. So we'll have to see which game that this will land into. But Sneaky so far in lane, 33 last hits. Apfel just hit 35 at the same time. So they're going very nicely neck and neck. Mr. Keiko and Eyes in the jungle there as well. Just kind of keeping abreast of everybody. So might be the 1 kill, but not substantial aggression, not substantial advantages being accrued this early on.
Lemon and Lime aren't really looking for massive amounts of aggression. They are looking to try and get Apple to that 2 to 3 item spike as much as possible. Are they going to give him all the farm as well? Yeah, it does look like they are going to give him all the farm. So this is interesting. Mr. Keiko does get at least one for himself. They're sharing it out a little bit. Not the true hyper carry that Team Secret employed, but it did go wrong for them. They had a weapon powered Cruel that just never got any damage items. At least with Lance, he builds Tension Bow usually first, but it does look like it might be a Sorrow Blade for Mr. Keiko. And then perhaps we go down that breaking point. I'll be excited to see what he does. Perhaps more of a Kavalifar build instead of a Dark Potato / Treason build.
So there was that was actually gonna be my next topic of conversation here, is like, what will Mr. Keiko build? If we are gonna be handing over a lot of this farm over to Apfel, then this might actually be like a double tank build then, right? Finn himself gonna be tanky, but Mr. Keiko, he can employ into things like the Atlas Pauldron, things like maybe a double Crucible, right? But if he was gonna do that, I would have really expected that tension bow that you were just talking about.
Ooh, Impale lands onto Eyes. He's trying to be a little bit sneaky here, but he has been spotted out, and that's going to be the healing going on over to Mr. Keiko. Apfel has come down. They're going to try and prevent the Afterburner to escape. Core Collapse misses, but now Apfel in a bit of trouble. Boots popped, and in the lane, it is just Reliable Union pushing the turret down, and there's not much Ghost can do to prevent it. The Quibble does clear the lane, but the turret has taken half its HP in the process. Eyes going to knock Apfel back, but I think Eyes is just overextended here. He's not going to be easy to get out. Can they find the kill is the question? No, but Mini McFly gets rooted down with the Impale. The Quibble slows, and that's going to be Mr. Keiko finding the kill in the end. A very, very adventurous turret dive, to say the least, coming out of Reliable Union.
That level 6, Mr. Keiko coming forward with the barrel roll at the end. Really nice for him. Or the combat roll. It's the barrel roll for Mr. Sneaky there. But yeah, now they're turning back that aggression. So Eyes kind of getting caught that early on. Yes, Reliable Union tried to make use of that and the fact that Lemon Lime were distracted, but unfortunately just getting rebuffed. Now Lemon Lime perhaps too far forward.
Yeah, Apfel is taking a big poke. Has level 6, could throw out the Solar Storm if he wants, but instead he's going to get the healing from the tree and at the back to Mr. Keiko once more, giving over everything and more. But what they have done is opened up the turret to be taken. Will they fight around it is the question. Sneaky dives forward, lands on point, Core Collapse doesn't connect, and Apfel gets knocked away. Eyes once more missing a key chance to afterburn and kill, but it may not be enough, may not even matter. As Sneaky does get dropped, Fountain comes out to heal him, and he is a goner. No, he's not! Impale connects, but the Giffian wall does not stun, and so he does get a chance to run away. He is sticking around though, has his movement abilities, a lot of gap closing and heals from McFly as well, but very poor execution, I think, on the Hyper Calm. Unless Lemon and Lime are like, you know what, we're going to give up a turret because at the end of the day we get our Celeste ahead. It just kind of felt like it was wrong timing.
It's, I don't know, back and forth, back and forth. She did stick around a little bit too long. Did not really respect, I guess, the damage output of Sneaky. And he might be only one offensive item because it looks like, you know, tier 2 armor, he has that tier 2 shield and even some attack speed now coming through. Sneaky might not look like he's the hardest hitter, but he will stick to Apfel this early on very easily, I feel, because we don't have that level 6 from Ghost. We don't have reflex blocks really out and abound. And Mr. Keiko, he's been making some good Impale plays, but Sneaky just can, especially in the middle of the lane, could really play around the Githian wall a lot there, play around the Impale just by moving around. So it's not like we're in a small little corridor at all there, Dowsy. So Lemon Lime, they're not going to push with the wave. They push up the wave, but now they're going to go back and make sure that Apfel continues on his farming May.
Yeah, and Apfel has hit this point where he's almost at a broken myth, but perhaps going to go into the Eve of Harvest rather to get a bit more sustain and just hold on to that piercing shard. We'll be interested. It always kind of tells you how a team is feeling, but maybe Eyes going in, and he manages to get right out. Mini McFly dives on top of him with a portal and pops him on the other side. Nice little play there. But now, fight starting up. Do Lemon and Lime really want this is the question. It doesn't look like they're ready to hard commit, but a pull into a cool collapse, the forced accord, could definitely spell disaster for someone on Reliable Union.
A lot of dancing going around. Lemon and Lime still very healthy position. This is our first anchor.
Ooh, Mini McFly does get caught. Will he escape? No, he will not. But Apfel caught in the midst of it, and he goes down. Now Mr. Keiko forced to split from Ghost, and Ghost going to be the main target of Sneaky. Finn, very tanky, but he doesn't, he's not very fast, so does mean Ghost will get assassinated by Sneaky there. When you have a lot of health, means you also have a lot of missing health towards the end forecourt, and that's kind of where Blackfeather's going to shine.
Yeah, that execution mechanic coming through. And what I was going to try to mention, but Ghost beat me to it, is that with that level 6, with this aggressive positioning, that Forced Accord can come through, and a combo with a stun. And, well, it works, but...
This is so disastrous from Lemon Lime. I guess they expected someone to go home, but no one went home, and they just give up Apfel to just respawn, just made his way into lane. Reliable Union need to punish this somehow. They need to get an objective for themselves. That's the macro play that we need to see from a team if they want to challenge someone in the VG8. But actually, they're not looking for anything. That's a mistake from Reliable Union. Yes, they're ahead. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm harping on a winning team right now for court, but it's because I want better and I want to see more decisive action from them. When you get a kill onto the main damage source of the opponent team in such an easy way without losing much yourself, you need to be taking something away. Take a half-field gold miner, take a crystal sentry, start that turret up. Whatever it is, you need to be trying for something.
No, you're definitely right in that case, Mr. Dowsey. We have seen passivity actually lead to downfall of some of these teams, especially here in the challenger bracket on top of things. Like if you're up against, Senpai, if you're up against these guys that you look up to and you're just too scared to make the plays, well, any advantages you accrue could actually go right back out the window. But that being said, Reliable Union are really putting a damper on top of Apfel. Yeah, he's getting a lot of that like super farm, that hyper farm, but he's not that far ahead, and 4 deaths later as well has really shown that Apfel is kind of being dealt with this point.
I mean, he's gone towards that broken mid first, so he won't have any sustain for himself apart from a Fountain from Ghost and the Flight Companies for the fortified help. Good Impale though onto Eyes. There's a lot of lockdown from Lemon and Lime with the Quibble once it's overdrove, the Impale, Giphian War, Core Collapse. They have a lot going for them if they can find a wombo combo, but we just haven't really seen anything yet from them, and it's due to the massive amounts of aggression that Reliable Union are able to put onto Apfel, consistently make him worry more about his positioning than setting up for the wombo.
Well, state of the game as is. If we don't get some of those wombos, and I'm not entirely too sure which team is going to pull ahead, but 5-2 and 1,000 gold, but Reliable Union, they're basically everywhere. There's been very little aggression from Lemon Lime that has been kind of uncountered or unmet in the halfway marker. So we did just pick up 3 item Apfel. See if it makes a difference.
That is so huge. Nice Impale, but Apfel does have the even harvest. He does go down and won't be enough to keep him alive. Lemon and Lime are now stuck. Oh, Mr. K-Cool back and forth, around and around. Got a little bit dizzy there and may have lost his way as well, as it's going to be Eyes charging forward to find the kill. And will be taken away by Sneaky. Great play from Reliable Union, finding Apfel once more caught. And I know what you're going to say, forecourt. Just look at the items from Apfel and tell me what's missing.
It's a reflex block, man. He's had the Oak Heart for several levels, but has opted to go, despite all these deaths, into that 3rd damage item first. So it's not like they've lost. It's not like Lemon and Lime are over yet, but they're definitely losing these safety nets, Dowsey. They're definitely losing these safe zones, one objective at a time, right? So 1 turret is down. Next fight could be a 2nd turret, could be a Kraken. We're getting to that point in the game. Like there is going to be a point of no return unless Apfel can really get his ducks in a row, and he does have that reflex now. But could this be too little too late? There's 3,000 gold between these teams, and it's been very even, very steady advantages going to Reliable Union.
We'll have to see if Apfel's reflex block is enough to keep Eyes away. Eyes this game, perhaps not finding every afterburn in clutch manner, but if, and this is like every time, if Apfel is caught in an afterburn that knocks Apfel away from the team and into Sneaky and Eyes, then he's dead. Like, it's very hard to sustain through. You kind of saw the Eve of Harvest doing a little bit of work as he hit like so many abilities and did so much damage, and then the Fountain came forward, but it's like not going to be a lifesaver majority of the time unless somehow Ghost is able to get on top and apply the shielding coming forward. And I like this item purchase from Sneaky. He's got that Shiver still now, so it means Apple, if he gets Afterburn, or even if he doesn't get Afterburn, he's going to be slowed down and made even more of a priority target for Reliable Union. It kind of does feel like it's supports versus supports, with one carry on either side. Glaive and Lyra, Lance and Finn and Blackfeather and Celeste to do the damage. But Blackfeather's mobile and Celeste isn't, and Nunsmore, another fight's going to break out. In a corridor, Core Collapse connects, but Sneaky's charging forward. The Shiver still slows down. Good arm. Solar Storm, and Ice is disconnecting. He's looking to get out whilst Sneaky's going forward, and Sneaky just says, I'll do it by my own. Don't you worry, my friends. Mr. K falls. Ghost, well, he can't run this. It's just going to be a sad, walk into the sunset for Ghost. This is the end of the film here for Court. The credits now rolling with an ace.
Well, there might actually be like that little bit part after the credits where you got to stick around and sit down, because I'm not convinced that this is game over right now. But again, those margins of error are getting slimmer and slimmer, and I think one more really advantageous fight for Apple, for Lemon and Lime, I think that really will be it. But there is a chance that they can hold this. There's even a chance that they can steal out this Kraken. Like, you got that Solar Storm coming up in 2 seconds.
Have to see. Kraken is actually going to get disengaged. They decide it's not worth the potential steal. Instead, they could look for another fight now and just try and catch out Mr. Keiko and go for it. They've got the lane pushing. They're going to rotate quickly into it and force Lemon and Lime into an awkward scenario. Lemon and Lime, the best move they can make here is to recall. However, they somehow force Reliable Union to fall back. I guess Reliable Union says that the Crystal Sentry is worth going for, and so good bright bulwark will stop Mr. Keiko from engaging and get that without getting scraped. Reliable Union now, what will they do here? This is a good position to fight if you are a Lance, Finn, Celeste. Reliable Union recognize this, disengage, walk away. Vinny McFly going to pick up the Crystal Infusion. Eyes refreshes his own. Now they're going back in. They feel like they have the damage, the power. And that's going to be the engage coming forward, but Core Collapse straight onto Vinny McFly. Afterburn knocks Apple away. That is a dangerous game to be playing. There's a good pull in. Uh-oh, Vinny McFly is going to get stunned, locked down, but somehow gets out because they have to deal with Sneaky and Eyes on the back line. The best defense is an offense, but Eyes may go down. Vinny McFly does find the big tanky Finn, and Apple under his turrets is struggling to escape, but Core Collapse does connect, and Sneaky will be forced to disengage with his life intact. But now the choke point turret is going to fall down, and there's nothing Mr. Keiko can do about it, but perhaps try and take down Eyes with him. Impaled lands, Eyes afterburns away, knocks Mr. Keiko away as well, but Apple is chasing. This is going to be Eyes falling, I think. Sneaky tries to find the kill. That may have been a little bit too aggressive. A double for Apple. Ooh-wee. This game gets a little bit more chaotic.
Going straight home absolutely would have been the best option right there. Even if Eyes is the one to drop, giving up Sneaky is going to really enable Lemon and Lime to take a lot of control here. And picking up this Kraken, I'm not sure that Vinny McFly actually even has an option to get into this one. Like, all Apple has to do is just set up a few of those mines off to the left here, which he's going to be doing, and you can just take this Kraken pretty risk-free. So even when they find Vinny McFly, like, if he portals in to get it, like, that could just begin.
Alright, well, that will not be the case. It goes down very quickly. This is a huge turnaround for Lemon and Lime, a bit of a throw from Reliable Union. Sticking around too much, not quite able to find the execution on the kills. The fight was kind of set up nicely. I'm amazed that Vinny McFly sustained through all that lockdown damage. You kind of saw the wombo combo Lemon and Lime are able to put out, but perhaps it's because Vinny McFly is the tankiest member of the team, and it wasn't onto a key target like Sneaky and Eyes. But now the Kraken is starting to take away some chips onto these turrets. Celeste can take them down from afar, and so will be half health first turret going down. I think that Lemon and Lime can really only hope for one more turret here, but Reliable Union are doing a good job of taking down this Kraken, and Lemon and Lime have to be careful. Yes, they will. Well, never mind. There's going to be the force of cause. Sneaky going forward. The Solar Storm connects, but can they get onto Apple is the question. Fountain goes out. Apple sustaining. Vinny McFly is low, and Eyes knocks Apple out of the fight, but it's not enough to stop the damage, and that is Reliable Union losing their support in the process. Turret falls, Kraken will fall as soon as the turret explodes, and Lemon and Lime are able to keep Apple alive.
Finally, all that theory crafting, all that talk about playing around your lands, playing around Ghost, playing around this Finn, finally actually shows some good promise on that one. Like, we've gotten to the point where Apple has the 3 items, he has that Aegis, and they were able to dance very well. It was a great wombo setup there from Ghost on top of things. He had that Force to Cord right into the core collapse from Apple immediately. But it got defeated by the Crucible. Unfortunately, for Reliable Union, it was the Quibble that kind of stopped up things. So it was almost like a 2-1 split after that engage happened right there, and Reliable Union just not able to solidify and focus down a target, aka Apple this time. But none of this would have been possible if they hadn't stayed around too long. If Reliable Union on that last push right up against the choke point turret of Lemon Lime, if they had not lost 2, I don't think that kind of push would have happened. So I'm really curious if that's going to be like the big turning point and Apple's just too much of a monster now, or if we can actually get our legs under ourselves here from Reliable Union.
A good afterburn just shuts Apple down. That is kind of the thing that we're at. Minion Fly is going in to try and stop Apple from escaping. Eyes in the middle of the fight. Sneaky taking a lot of damage, but Apple's stuck up, knocked down, stunned, forced a cord. Will it be enough? Polite Company goes out, and the Solar Storm rips through. Sneaky's been taken down. Yep. They can't kill Apple. Eyes is rooted and will fall to Apple as well. You are right, Forecourt. This game was signed off. Reliable Union, they had the parcel in their hand, and then they slapped it into the ground. They threw it on the ground, and they said no. They threw it away, and Lemon and Lime are now in a great position to look to try and turn things around. Oh, this is almost heartbreaking for Reliable Union.
So, I mean, going back and forth, I am going to be really crediting that turning point right there. And, well, if Lemon and Lime do sweep this 2-0, yeah, I'm going to be sticking with that story. But we went from 1-6 Apple. Like, he picked up that 3rd item. As soon as he got that reflex block, though, he hasn't died. We went from 1-6 to, I don't even remember what his assists were, but now he's sitting at 4-6. These last 3 engages has been Apple surviving, getting the kills, getting the lockdown here with his team. And again, like, I think he actually could be too much of a monster right now. Unless we can turn something around, unless Reliable Union can actually get Apple to kind of, pop off his Aegis a little bit too early, or Ghost doesn't get the engage, or the counter isn't there, Reliable Union are in such a tough spot.
This is awkward. This is very awkward for them, the Kraken pushing in. I do strongly believe that if an Afterburn knocks Apple astray, that Apple should be able to be bursted down. Perhaps we need to get a Poison Shiv onto Sneaky, but he just doesn't have the gold for it to try and cut down the healing from Eve. This is a hard scenario. The Kraken now pushing onto the choke point turret, and this turret will not last very long, so the Kraken will be making her way into the base for Reliable Union. This could just be the last fight of the game. If Lemon and Lime find key targets, if a Force to Cord connects and they take down Mini McFly, Sneaky, or Eyes, either one of them, they can just finish it off. Kraken is going low. Lemon and Lime not looking to overextend. Well, last there, welcome here. The Kraken looks like it will fall. Will they get the second turret? Eyes goes in, pushes Apple back. In a desperate play to try and stop them from taking the base, but there it is. Forced to Cord, Mini McFly locked, but is able to escape. Mr. K Cool chases, Eyes knocks Apple out of the fight, but he gets back into it. Mini McFly throws the fountain out. Apple is sustaining, but he's not down yet. Knocked very low, but it will be Sneaky the first to fall. Eyes goes following, tries to escape with the afterburn, but he gets taken down in the end. And this should be GG to Lemon and Lime, a game Reliable Union had sold off. Oh, okay, never mind.
They're backing
off. Lemon
off.
and Lime would go for it. That is weird. Man, they have a Finn, they can tank that turret so easily. But Lemon and Lime, I guess they feel like they're not in the driver's seat yet. Okay, I don't. Forecourt, hello. I'm not.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a stranger choice to not be going for the win. Like Mini McFly, even taking down that turret, Mini McFly is not going to really defend against that very well. And Mr. Keiko might not be built up a ton of damage, but he should have enough. Like Ghost should definitely have enough tank ability right there. And Apple is a giant glass cannon. So either way, game continues. We'll have to see Reliable Union. Maybe there'll be a counter turning point from these guys, but We haven't talked a ton about what Mr. Keiko's done, and Mr. Keiko into his third red at the 24-minute mark. It is that Shiv. They are looking to end these fights sooner rather than later with that Shiv, but his Bonesaw, I feel, has been largely ineffective, but it was his second item that he did build through. There's not really any kind of significant armor on the flip side of everyone, and while the Bonesaw is not really going to shred too much if it ain't there, right? But Ghost is just finished up an Echo. So we're really looking for the last hurrah here.
Yeah, you're not wrong. There's actually no armor.
No, there's no armor. Like, it's Mr. Keiko who gave up a ton of hyper farms.
At
like,
this stage,
okay.
you build like a tension bow and just, it gives armor pierce,
Trade
but
it
it'll
out.
give you more damage. Yeah, I would trade it out, but. You're right. I actually think if Sneaky built himself a poison shiv, got rid of the Shimmer Steel, that they might be able to burst Apple down, because it's the sustain from the Eve of Harvest that is keeping him alive. But we are going to see Eyes fly in and do what Eyes does so well. Knock Apple away from the fight. Does get the heal, but Sneaky now in trouble. Mortal Wounds is on top of him. Means he can't sustain damage. Lands on 2. Mini McFly had Crucible, but doesn't block it up. They have to fight. They have to try and get onto Apple, but Sneaky's going low. He cannot sustain. Solar Storm flies, and he's going to fall very, very low. Does manage to escape, but Eyes gets locked down and taken on out. No, somehow escapes. The auto attack is dead. You can't block that. He's Connors, the longest death of my life. And you knew he was just watching it fly out like crap. This is very, very close, but Lemon Lime do not have a minion wave to take them into the base, so they're going to look for the Kraken instead.
Well, the Kraken is going to be the surefire way to end this one out. And Mr. Keiko actually couldn't really tie up the rest of the team here from Reliable Union. They split. They're in the jungle. He doesn't have a ton of vision over there. I mean, that's a very weird place for the winning team to have vision, right? So, yeah, with this Kraken going through, Mini McFly, like, if you want to be a hero, now's your time to do it.
Sigil goes out, but it will not pop. No straight auto attacks.
Not a hero, man.
Unleashed, and just one Vein Crystal turret now separates Lemon and Lime, and a guaranteed spot at the challenge battles.
Yeah, I think it's really safe to say at this point that Lemon Lime should be able to push this one through pretty much uncontested. Ghost didn't actually get to use the Echo, I don't think, in that fight, but again, like, they've built up to that situation, right? Apple went from a 0-5, a 1-6 to a 6-6 from just the momentum gained from one bad push on Reliable Union. I gotta say, Reliable Union really played this out well for the setup that Lemon and Lime had. Like, Apple was definitely the monster, and they really put it to her. Like, that Celeste was on the ground dead in the queue for the longest of times this game.
Last fight breaking out as Reliable Union try to get onto Apple, knock him away, but straight into the fin, and Apple's just going to charge forward, look to follow up. Solar Storm flies out, but does get blocked up. Apple's actually going very low here. He's separated. He can't get into his team, and he might just fall down. He does. Mr. Keiko going to be the next target. He has a bit of health. He has the shielding, but he's going to go very low. Can they get the kill onto him? Yes, they can. It's a double kill for Eyes here, but this Kraken is doing the work, as is Ghost. They're going to take down Ghost, but the Vein Crystal will fall with one last punch. Wow, very close stuff as Reliable Union finally separate Apple from the fight, but it just wasn't enough here for Court, and a massive throw midway through the game from Reliable Union brought Lemon and Lime back into the driver's seat.
20,000 gold accrued by Apple. 20,000. I mean, they ended off on the 50k mark or something in that order, but 20,000 on a single carry, I think, is almost a new record for me here, Dazzy.
Yeah, no, that's I can't remember. I think we did change the way I say we. The SCMC changed the way that gold was displayed on the scoreboard to relate to the items purchased. But I'm not sure if that's displayed here on the tournament, on the client for spectating. But wow, Blueberries, that was an incredible event of affairs. And Lemon and Lime now, well, they proceeded through the winner's bracket, and they are guaranteed a spot at the challenge battles.
Well, yes, they are. And what a game gave Reliable Union out of the hand here, gentlemen. It was just crazy. They had it, as you said, Dalsy, but then, you know, they changed their minds. They were throwing it down. So, well, not today. Maybe the loser, the elimination bracket is ours, and so they get thrown down to that one. Our next game is about to kick off in a couple of minutes, but before we talk about the next game and take a look at the bracket, I would like to feature something which is going on May 6th. There is the Halcyon Gathering at the Fnatic Bunker going on. Nata to Latte are there, Techno JJ is there, and yeah, that's absolutely great. You can be there as well. London, it is free of entrance. It is going to be a very nice event. We will hang out there. I will be there personally as well. We're gonna watch the VGL challenge battles from there, play a little Blitz tournament, have some free drinks and pizza and all that kind of stuff. If you want to have some more information, check out eventbrite.com and search for Vainglory. You will find it there right away. So, that being said, let's take a look at the brackets, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is, the updated bracket. Lemon and Lime, they are facing Denial Esports tomorrow. Seat number 1 fighting against seat number 3. So let's see what is going on in the other matches. Lake Cobras, they lost 2-0 versus Denial Esport, and that being said, Lake Cobras are going to get thrown down. We might see them later, since our next game is going to be Axel Esports versus no one else than Voodoo Esports. This one is scheduled. Team Midget versus Helldivers. They are going to be featured. They are playing off stream already in game number 1 or 2, I believe. So we will keep you posted on that one. So we will put 5 minutes on the timer, and then we will be back with the next game. In the meantime, check out vaingloryleague.com for the giveaway. There are 9,000 eyes to be given away today and tomorrow. Make sure to get your split there. 500 eyes being given away 18 times. We will see each other in a couple of minutes.
Killer in the night.
turning at the thought of any happiness you brought. Ooh, you know I never really was the one for you. Ooh, I'm never, never, never getting over you. Ooh, you know I fall to pieces for the things you do. Ooh, I'm never, never, never getting over you.
You know it's true.
Out here on my own, you left me broken and alone. Stomach turning at the thought of any happiness you brought. Ooh, you know I never really was the one for you. Ooh, I'm never, never, never getting over you. Ooh, you know I fall to pieces for the things you do. Ooh, I'm never, never, never getting over you.
You know it's true.
The butterflies on my insides have all gone away. You're not along for the danger, but I'm here to stay. I fall even deeper in the lies, they don't keep me away. You wanna know my secrets, so you keep crashing into my waves. I don't have the patience for that, not okay with waiting for that. I don't know what's changed in my head. Let's go somewhere and never come back. Tonight we lose control. No matter where we go, we're never going home. And you don't even know when I get you alone, you can lose your halo. You can lose your halo. I'm on
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, with the next game of the VGL Challenger Series. We are in the playoffs, and Excel VG are taking on Voodoo Esports. Both team from, a seeding standpoint, what is a little bit unusual, but, normally we see in the playoffs, we see kind of like seeds from 1 to whatever 8 in the ideal way if things are turning out, but those teams prove that seeding does not mean everything. We got XLVG versus Voodoo Esports. We got them ready to draft. I don't want to talk for too long here. We can talk a little bit about them while going into the draft. So let's kick this off together here with Dalsy and Forecourt Jester. It is Axel on the left hand side and Voodoo Esports on the right hand side, and they ask at least the player on the left side who's now banning for the correct pronunciation. Who wants to try Dalsy or Forecourt?
I think it's Arunak. I'm using whenever I need to find out a pronunciation if that is in a different tongue than I speak. I always go to Google Translate and listen to it. Translate it into French or whatever it may be, and it's, a lot of the time it comes out correct.
But wait, Forecourt, you live in Canada.
He doesn't live in the French-speaking.
No, so
that
close.
being said, I don't recognize this as a French word.
Well, I have no idea. But while we talk about
arrow, arrow is fine, but Niak is.
Let me see. What's his name?
Aruniak.
Roniel. I have no idea. I never had French in high school.
Aruniak.
I think we're on this
he's
totally
he's
wrong.
just massively trolling us.
I think it's Aroniage.
Aroniage.
Or something. I have no idea. But guys, we are in the middle of this draft already. Samuel and Lyra are banned, and we have the Fortress picked by Axel. Arden is the answer for now for Voodoo Esports. Let's see what those guys are up to.
I'm just going to call him La Baguette from now on. If he wants it pronounced in a French accent, then he's opening himself up to a lot of troll. No, I kid. It is going to be Arden and Gwen locked in here for this team. So that's pretty interesting for Voodoo. I'm interested. I think it's to try and prevent the engage that comes out of Fortress. Skedaddle, pop down a gauntlet, and they can't chase you down with the wolves. So you can clear them out and then perhaps turn. But Black Feather coming out here, and we know that XL's Black Feather is pretty fabulous. So I'm pretty excited to see them play it.
The Fortress was banned out all series last round between Lemon and Lime and the Reliable Union. So this is actually going to be a first for us today.
Right, and there comes actually a lance on top of that, which is going to be interesting in terms of the captain role, which will be most likely on the Fortress, and we will see a interesting composition with no ranged heroes. All of them are melee on the side of Axel. Voodoo Esports, they are going for a Rhyme, which we haven't seen for a while, to be honest.
It's definitely been, I don't know, last time I saw Rhyme, I think, was Leon in the VG8, especially on the EU side. NA does not have a lot of Rhyme success, so we just don't typically see it over on this side of the ocean. But yeah, all right, Rhyme against triple melee though. This is good.
Yes, it is, and I'm excited for that game. It is elimination time. That being said, the loser is eliminated. The dream is over. No prize pool, no challenge battles. The winner of this best of 3 series, they move on, and we continue to stream their path. And it is Dalsy and Forecourt. With this game, take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. It is going to be this game, as you mentioned, between XL and Voodoo. We do have a substitute coming out through for XL. Their listed substitute is Itachi19. I know the man well. Also know he hates playing Roam, and so a little bit unfortunate that that's the role that he's playing today for XL. But we'll have to see if that comes forward. He is a beast when it comes to hero mastery. He is so good at almost every hero in the game. So he might not enjoy the position in solo queue, but perhaps in a team environment, it's a little bit different.
All right, so definitive Google Translate proof. Ironiac. I don't think I'm going to say that in the heat of battle, but
forget.
Yeah,
No, I've got it. I've nailed it.
great.
Gonna be engaged though. Level 1, they're fighting here. XL over this Elder Tree, and no Vaseline taking a lot of damage. Can he get away is the question. He has that fortified health, but he's being targeted down and dropped on up. First blood gonna go the way of the Luniac here. Now, Daddy Devil. Oh my gosh.
See, now it's just going to be tripping all day.
Sometimes I forget to look at names before I cast Forecourt, and today is definitely one of those days. Daredevil instead of Daredevil, because when you put a capital E, it's a new word, man.
Okay, so lots of tongue twisters out and about, but getting that first blood's a good start. We'll see if they can continue on with that.
Another fight in the jungle. Itachi taking a lot of damage. As is Cortez. This time it's not going to go the way of XL. Itachi's going to be rooted and chomped on down. Aluniak trying to get away here. And I don't think he's going to be able to. This is a big misplay. There's going to be 3 kills. A triple onto top of Daredevil. And that is going to be all of the gold heading back towards them.
Yeah, it's good start. Unfortunately, not really a bang of a follow-up on that one. So a little bit too deep, perhaps. And no, God, can I just call him no Vaseline? No Vaseline. Man, these guys.
His name is actually no Vaseline. He said that.
Right, but if there's a capital L, it's a new word.
Yeah, but unless he told us, he said his name is no Vaseline.
Yeah, just like ironiac. All right, so all the trolling aside, XL triple melee into a rhyme. Traditionally, this is not a great idea. Picking up that rhyme at that last round, though, definitely real good here from Voodoo Esports. If I recall, it's something like the 19th seed versus the 16th. So, this is actually not that far off skill level wise, according to our beautiful algorithm of matchmaking. But the big thing for me is just really going to be how is this rhyme going to handle this game? If he continues to survive and be the front tank, and he can get a lot of this lifesteal back, this fortified health comes in, right, all that jazz, then it's going to be just a very fly game, I feel, from Voodoo Esports. But if he does drop, or if he's not even the target, if it's the Gwen that gets swarmed by this triple melee, then I'm not entirely sure of their chances.
Yeah, no, I think the rhyme is the wild card here for no Vaseline. If he is able to stay alive, then chances are it's going to be pretty huge for Voodoo. And the winner of this matchup, they go up to face against Light Cobras, who got taken on out 2-0 against Denial. So it's a tough matchup going forward, but it's definitely not an impossible one for both these teams. They've definitely shown their wits about them in the group stages, but first they have to get there.
All right, so Gwen, early game, 4 minutes. That's actually about what you want for attention, Bo. Is going to be coming back into lane with it there as well. So if we do actually still have more of these, jumps from XL, if they are going to continue to be aggressive, then they are going to have to try to eat through the fact that there's going to be attention Bo there. No Vaseline, not going to get any access. Maybe he will. XL actually not going to put up any kind of front. So he's going to start doing his farm. And really, I'm a little undecided, but what I would want to see here from the rhyme is probably that Eva Harvest first.
Yeah, no, I think the sustain could be huge. Just try and keep him alive. I wonder if Daredevil gets taken on out early, whether the rhyme can actually 1v3. I feel like the answer is no. So. I think Eva Harvest allows no Vaseline to go into the back line and just be a menace. So, and hopefully take a bit of pressure off Daredevil.
Well, there is also just the possibilities of, those poison shivs coming in, really just ruining Rhyme's day. But I still feel like it's a very core item for him. He absolutely is going to need it. We have seen in the past some of these Rhymes going into Broken Myth first, getting trying to get that damage up, but they do seem to suffer a little bit more of the sustained war. And Ironiac here, very likely to see a shiv down the line.
Well, we are going to see Itachi take a lot of damage. Ironiac does jump forward for a bit of poke onto Daredevil. But this siege is going good for Voodoo. Itachi misses the impale, but Daredevil taking so much damage nonetheless from both this fortress and this Black Feather. Dives forward, doesn't quite find it. Chomp though, Cortez down, and it's not able to keep them alive. That's going to be 11T going down, and it's just no Vaseline left in a 1 versus 3. But the turret comes forward, so the 5v5 that is Europe continues. Itachi misses yet another impale, giving him more to disengage, and XL just going to move backwards.
And just, continuously putting up that pressure up against Gwen this early on. All she has is Skedaddle, and you might see a reflex third item. You're definitely not going to see a second item. She is well within her rights in the next few moments to pick up Sora Blade if the lane farm can continue. So, yeah, you're just trying to bring her down is going to be, I think, the better way to go here from XL. And Cortez, jumping forward, getting his jaws into her there. You can see a lot of cooldown reduction from this guy, and on repeat, you're going to see the puppies coming out, the attack of the pack, and that's going to lead the way for just repeated aggression, I feel, once everybody's on board here at level 6.
Yeah, no, 100%. However, aggressing into a rhyme is a scary proposition, and this is where No Vaseline has a lot of
Broken
work to
myth.
do. Broken myth first item, yeah, and I can see why he wants to try and be such a damage threat that Voodoo can kind of, XL can't just hard focus Daredevil. They have to respect Vaseline's damage. So 100% I'm bored with this. I think it makes sense. It's probably going to do a little bit more work than the Eve of Harvest in terms of actually winning fights for them, because No Vaseline sustains regardless at this early stages. He doesn't need the Eve of Harvest just yet to be able to sustain a team fight.
But if you want to sustain and can convincingly win, my opinion is always just the sustain on a rhyme, especially up against a triple melee. It's just so easy to keep yourself going. But we'll have to see if the damage option works out for him. At the same time, Daredevil here, as we want to call him, he did go into the tension early. So you can cover the damage difference with that spike, and he also now has that Sora Blade on top of things, right? For the early game damage, I would have said that they're all free and clear for a second item, Broken Myth for Vaseline. But either way, we'll have to see if overwhelming power can beat out the triple melee.
And I like the move that Aroniak is showing us here. He's going towards a Poison Shift second item to try and shut down some of this healing that No Vaseline will have. So it's a good move. It will also help him sustain himself in the melee battles. But this damage that's coming out of Daredevil and No Vaseline is just so huge right now. The siege potential is there. And unfortunately, Itachi is just not being able to lock down prime targets. As I say that, though, he proves me wrong. Double impale, but Aroniak takes a Winter Spire to the face. That's Valkyrie falling on Itachi to slow, but not do too much damage. The turret is still very low. They have Fountain XL. They may look for a last hurrah, or they might just give up this turret. It looks like Aroniak wants to move away and just allow Voodoo to take the turret, not give up anything else.
It did look like Itachi was really just trying to prove you wrong on that one, but at the same time, Aroniak was just so low at that point. There was no way he was going to follow up that engage. So the result is nearly 2 kills. Actually going straight over here to Voodoo. Instead, all they did get was that turret, but turret down means that they're starting to bust open the front line here. The triple melee, if they are going to be engaging somewhere even close to the halfway point of the fold here, Dowsy, it means that they have a long way to get back to safety now.
Yeah, no, I think you are right. If the Chase wanted to, and not only that, you have a gauntlet that comes down the Skedaddle. Oh wow, that damage from Daredevil is insane. Aroniak is going to be forced back completely. Can't really be a front line. He needs to get the armor online. Well, he does. He has. That's through an Atlas. What the hell? Okay, wow. That is some insane damage that Daredevil is putting out.
Yeah, tension bow, man. Has a little bit of pierce, goes a long way early game, and Gwen has just really become such a fan favorite of running this early game. The 4-minute, you get the tension bow. If you have a nice early game as well, any kind of catch, you got a lance, a glaive, anything in that regard, you can really start putting together kills. But Daredevil, he's just not even stopping the pain train. There's not a reflex for him. It's gonna be a tornado trigger after that. This is some pretty hefty attack speed.
I probably would have preferred a monocle, to be honest, from Daredevil, just for the added on crit on that first auto attack. But what Daredevil was wanting to do is sustain auto attacks, perhaps. So it's an interesting build. You can see how fast he auto attacks, but he's not resetting his passive at all, and that's kind of where a lot of damage comes from it. So I'm not sure if it's fully optimized, but it's definitely at this stage of the game not going to be stepped at. Itachi goes forward, gets stunned up in the gauntlet, pulls go out and Voodoo are able to clear them without too much of a hassle. Voodoo have so much sieging potential. I don't think XL can really take a full-on fight without dying, but a 3-man Impale, Tachi going to set up a 3-man Giffian. Maybe if they stun lock, they can do so, and they do take down Dead Evil very quickly. That's going to be them turning on to 11 to here. Another great is Giffian War from Itachi, and it's just this Rhyme left. Fortified health, he's sticking to the fight. He has the turret health down, and Aroniak has to get back. That's the first going the way. Vaseline will fall, but Aroniak is going to go down as well. Cannot fight under that turret. It's just not a good thing to be doing at this stage of the game. Itachi will push the buffed up minion wave into the turret, but he can't stick around of fear of dying to Dead Evil. Perhaps he will. Perhaps the buckshot will slow him enough. No, Dead Evil's just going to clear the wave.
Yeah, and they're ace buff minions. You can't really leave these to go chasing off a kill. You want to try to keep your turret as healthy as possible. That thing hit for 700 right there. Okay. All right. Well, I know it's not a minion, but finally, a little bit of luck going away here of XL. They saw their engage, and I feel like you almost just gotta stop talking about Itachi here sometimes, Dowsy. His ears are burning. He's like, gotta make a play, and then he boom, just dives forward and makes the plays, and it's like, yeah, take that.
For those who are unaware, me and Itachi are in a guild together, actually, and we both play with a mutual who is also Cloud9's analyst, so, small world, this esports thing. But Itachi loves throwing BM my way because of my one-trick Idris. Goldminer goes down in favor of Voodoo, and now XL chasing on to Dead Evil, trying to take down this Gwen. Valkyrie flies out, Vasiline's in the middle, but they have found Dead Evil. This time, I don't think XL are going to make the mistake of fighting under a turret. They're going to have to disengage here. But taking the turret when Rhyme is defending it is very hard. Yep. Try and push all the minions in. They really need a minion candy to be able to do so successfully. Cortex dives forward. Windspy goes out. Double Impale comes out of Itachi. Starting to come online with this. It lands, but they can't siege the turret. Instead, they're going for the kill, but they have not taken down 11T, so it's a 2 versus 3, a 3 versus 3 if you count the turret. Next, they are going to fall back. Just to finish off my story, Itachi loves to throw some friendly shade my way every now and again due to my one trick Idris antics. When Itachi is like a VG Silver, plays every hero to like mastery level. So this guy is super talented. Don't get me wrong. I have a lot of respect for the plays that he's able to output. However, I do know at the same time that he hates being in the captive position. So it's an interesting dynamic for God.
Well, as they keep going back and forth, I'm not going to say that XL's actually taking control of this game, but they have been able to rebuff and push up a good bit. So even with that Rhyme right there, even with Daredevil, right, able to put out so much damage early on, it almost looks like if he's going to go into that armor, then his damage is going to start really falling off.
And you can see XL just focusing down Dead Evil. He's the prime target of every Impale, but this fight, they haven't been able to blow him up too quickly. Gauntlet Wall goes down. Aroniak trying to find the damage. He is forced to run, though, and run he shall. On point slows, no Vaseline. I don't think there's going to be a re-engage unless XL overstep, and well, they are looking like they might overstep here. Itachi tries to push no Vaseline away, and Voodoo are going to allow the retreat from XL, but they've now opened up the map for takings. No, the Treant just spawns. I thought they might go for the Crystal Sentry, but they're just instead going to get the health onto Dead Evil.
Okay, so not exactly a kill on either side there, but again, lots of power now being held here by Vaseline. He has the 2 items, right? He went into the Broken Myth, didn't really seem to get much done with it, but when he had that Eve coming online, he was able to defend the turret, got 2 kills. They continuously got pushed up against turret here from Voodoo, and they were still able to defend, and even in that last fight on top of things, just not enough damage to lock down Daredevil, not enough damage to bring down Vaseline into a kill, so he's doing very well on the front line. 11T in these gauntlets, like at one point in that last fight between the Aces High and the Gauntlet, actually all 3 members were stunned up from XL, so a lot of stops have really been put into these team fights. And Voodoo, well, they continue to kind of hold the gold lead, if not the momentum, but we're not finding any inroads here from XL because between Vaseline and 11T, it is too much of a front wall. We have an Atlas out there looking for the double Atlas here soon enough, and Daredevil being the target, like he's just skedaddles away, kites. It's working out pretty good for Voodoo.
Yeah, no, it's going to be Another fight breaking out. Itachi takes huge damage, gets rooted up, and look at No Vaseline just taking it all.
Yeah.
Does not
kidding.
care whatsoever. Valkyrie flies out, Gauntlet as well. Will trap Aroniac, but Cortez able to dive on forward. Aroniac eventually gets over. They cannot afford to dive this Ryman. Looks like No Vaseline wants to get in onto the action, try and continue stacking up that broken myth. Was at 8, but it is starting to fall down now. Aroniac throws the on point out to slow down the attack. XL, if they don't blow up Daredevil, they lose the fight. But even when they do blow up Daredevil, then they have to get through No Vaseline. No Vaseline's certainly a hefty target to do so. They are going to try and get on to Daredevil once more, but he's able to get out. The attack speed slow is so huge for the build that he's gone, and that will be him falling. They find the kill, but look at how low they are. The fountain is coming up in 18 seconds. They're going to try and take down No Vaseline. Valkyrie falls out. Can they do it? Good Giffian Wall slows him down. Attack, and that will be the kill. They've taken down the raid boss now, looking to take down 11T, but 11T will get out of trouble. XL, man, they're managing to dance the aggro game pretty well here in the late game fights, and you kind of think a Rhyme into triple melee, easy win, but man, XL have different opinions about that.
I said in theory, man. Like, Rhyme is not the one that's the problem, I feel, right now. Daredevil is not bringing enough damage. There's not enough Pierce on top of this. Everybody on the side of XL has an Atlas. It's triple melee. They're going through jumpier phase. We don't have nearly enough blocks in the world to keep Daredevil from having that attack speed diminished, and he might be able to dance around. That last fight, though, Voodoo definitely pushing up. They did not reset a lot of the energy right there. Vaseline just, unfortunately, was not able to spam nearly to his heart's content, and Daredevil, they didn't have the cooldowns, right? They didn't have that fountain up on top of things, so Voodoo definitely pushed a little bit too far on that one. They don't have that glass cannon in the back. Daredevil is even going into armor after this, so it's a game of chipping away at XL, whereas XL's game is to try to blow up Daredevil.
Yeah, and if they're able to, then the fight is way more likely to go their way. As you said, the triple Atlas means that the attack speed should be constantly slowed throughout the fight. And this is kind of where the Tornado Trigger build is a little bit iffy on my point. You know, at least if you have a Monocle, you have one massive auto attack and a bit of crit that follows up with it. But we are going to see an Impale attempt from Itachi. Does get caught up. Ooh. That's going to be a big fight breaking out in XL. I'm not sure they can escape it. At least the turret has gone down. The Kraken doing work. But now they have to get out of the gauntlet and they have to not get chased. Itachi gives up his life. That's going to be the Rhyme chasing on down. Kraken taken by Voodoo as they get that buff of gold, and Vaseline's going to be given that Valkyrie to chase forward. Daredevil trying to slow down. Oh, look how fast he is. Good night, Aroniac. And that's going to be him taken on out as well. Crystal Sentry will not survive, but it is just the first life eliminated there, so 2 more to go. XL trying to dive 2 turrets just wasn't a successful move.
Back and forth, just the wood chipper versus the big blobs of damage that is Voodoo esports. I'm not entirely convinced Voodoo have this one in the bag yet. There's definitely still a lot of power on both sides, but when it comes down to it, it's 3 turrets to 4 with still a little bit more of an infrastructure lead here from XL, and with the Kraken down for the next 90 seconds or so, it's really just Voodoo kind of trying to set up, take as much gold as they can. Vaseline, with that, he's just looking for his last item at this point. Like, we're getting to the point where gold is very irrelevant. 11T can really go forward for another one. Will we see a no wave, for example? Will we see an echo? That would be cool for a double gauntlet, right? That's some pretty good peel. And when we do have the peel, Voodoo seems to be winning the fights. It's when they push up and they don't have some of those cooldowns that they seem to lose the fights almost instantly.
Yeah, no, I'm with you as well, Forecourt, that it can be a swing and roundabout game, but at least we kind of know the win conditions that XL have, and they're attempting to play into those win conditions as such. We're going to see No Vaseline move forward as XL disengage. Fighting in corridors is good for Lance, good for Fortress, but it's so good for Rhyme as well. The Gauntlet Wars can make things very difficult for XL to maneuver around, but they have been doing a good job of reflex blocking to get in and out the Crucibles as well. Kraken, she comes back to the Halcyon Fold, and a Kraken take now could be a lot of trouble for the opposing team.
Okay, so Itachi finally has himself that Crucible, and they're going to re-engage.
Yeah, they're going on to Vaseline. Lots of damage going on to Aroniak, but Daredevil's been completely split from the team. They're going to catch Itachi, but they're not stopping anyone else. That's the Haze's High falling out, but they've taken down Daredevil, now looking to take down this Rhyme as well. The stun, but the fortified health is still there, and Aroniak is popped.
Wow.
Cortez cannot stay in the fight. He has to get out as well. Crystal Sentry. Every time XL fight for Court, there is always a fourth member of Voodoo, whether it be a turret, whether it be a treant, whether it be a Crystal Sentry. XL have not been able to catch No Vaseline and 11T out, in a 3 versus 2.
Now, they did take down the Gwen again, and a lot of that actually is that Gwen just basically skedaddle booted right on out of the fight and weren't able to catch up to that. Like, 11D threw down that gauntlet. He was looking to really set up a zone of control, but Daredevil just really made that beeline out, and that's where everybody kind of followed. So that's why she went down, but Vaseline, able to sustain through it there with 11T. A lot of power with those double Atlases themselves. Coming through, and they're able to make sure that the Crystal Sentry is still alive. They also took the kill. They also rebuffed, and again, back and forth. There's still 6,000 gold between these teams, but I'm reasonably confident that both sides can still take win.
Yeah, well, no one's won the game yet. No one's that far ahead in the lead that they can win the game. It's a very even game. Not so much back and forth, but more just no one has gained an advantage that is winnable yet. There's always that win condition for XL. If they pop Daredevil, then Voodoo can't really chase forward. However, if Daredevil gets to stay in the fight, then there's a lot of damage, and that's kind of where the argument comes forward for Voodoo, that Daredevil, instead of running away from the fights, kind of has to run around the fights and just try and allow Vaseline to land Winter Spire's, Valkyrie's roots, whatever it may be, to try and get the damage out, instead of running away, because Rhyme, he's slow without some movement speed added on such as the boots or war treads. So yeah, a lot of things that could be changed by Voodoo's play, but as you said, no one has been able to get a stark enough lead yet that they're in the pole position of this game.
All right, more infusions coming through. Lots of final items are starting to kind of show themselves at this point. And Daredevil, no more tension bow. It's like, all right, time has passed. We're done with that nonsense. Time for the crits. We'll have to see if it works.
Monaco purchased up, as you mentioned, and all of the infusions as well there. Cortez can purchase his own, but he's also struggling to get a broken myth purchase. This is such a hard place to be as a CP jungler, because you have to buy the infusions at this state, constantly keep them refreshed, but you're also trying to get yourself enough gold to get a broken myth so you have the damage. Frostburn finished as well for No Vaseline. That's a huge purchase. If they slow down XL and keep them off Daredevil, and Daredevil is able to kind of dance around the fight rather than just running away, then there's a lot of ability to keep him alive. But we'll have to see how this next team fight breaks out, because once more she's there. If they get a decisive amount of kills and don't lose too many of their own, then Kraken gets taken and the base is broken.
It's quite the dance around the Kraken right now. Quite the dance. So many scout traps going down, getting popped. We got contraption on one side, just not quite a contraption here for Excel. I mean, 11T has really been relying on that cooldown reduction to get out these vanguards, get out these gauntlets, and as that last item slot just seems to be super important, we're probably not going to get a 6-item Arden. Just really wants to make sure he has those flares available.
Yeah, no, it's acceptable to just keep a bunch of flares in your inventory and kind of use that as your item. You can see Cortez waiting for the farm. They've got the lane pushing against them as well here, Excel. So what they're trying to do, Cortez has enough for Broken Myth, but now he needs to get enough for an infusion as well. And so XL don't really want to look for a massive fight until they can get the infusion onto this fortress. He needs 300 gold, and there's about 300 gold sitting in the lane for him to go take in just a moment. So if XL can prevent a fight and allow Fortress to get an infusion online, and he's full build at this stage, and they've got so much better chances of taking a team fight. So very patient play from XL. Itachi though does look for a bit of a cheeky impale, won't quite connect. Cortez can go back to get the infusion. That's exactly what XL wanted to do.
And you can see that the movements are going to support the commentary on that one. So Excel Really a lot on the line on this one here, Dazzy. You're coming down to a very late game fight, 25 minutes, 26 minutes. It's definitely one of the longer games that we've seen this split, and one fight could actually just break open either side. We still have that extra turret on the side of Excel still standing, but it's almost like butter at this point in the game. Like Gwen, Vaseline, like Cortez, Aronia, anybody can, I think, just solo out any of these turrets now at this point.
Yeah, right now it all comes down to a team fight, and when you get later and later into the game, the death timers become more and more so. Of course, when turrets are destroyed, the death timers do get reduced as a bit of a comeback mechanic, but you know, if you take them down quickly, it may not even matter. It really just depends. And now XL, now that they have the items they need to be able to fight, they're taking control of the lane. They're pushing it up and trying to use it as a positional advantage for themselves. Daredevil
So
split,
close.
but not impaled. Very close there. Skedaddle wasn't popped either, neither was the reflex, so it means that he's still got that hold on. Will they look for an engage? Voodoo. Baseline could go for it. Bit of a split from XL as well, but both these teams know that this next fight pretty much dictates the winner of the game, and so there's a lot of pressure onto everyone.
Full 6 items on 1, 2, basically everybody. Yeah, four of these guys, and then those captains having that extra slot. Well, I guess Itachi has a little bit of crystal left to build, but he's going to keep the cash for infusions, though. Dollars to donuts.
Yeah, no, I think he's probably going into an aftershock with that Eclipse Prism. I don't think XL spotted the ports back there. They do not have scout trap set up due to the fact that Itachi has been prioritizing flares and hasn't got a contraption. So they don't have hard vision, and of course they won't really deserve hard vision due to the fact that they've been hiding their jungle the entire game, so they can't really push up and face on the enemies. But if fight will break out, Dead Evil blocks up, the Giffian War comes out. Will XL chase forever is the question. Baseline just being that big tank in the front line, but Cortez dives forward, Ace's Highs connects, On Point doesn't connect, but it is once more turning around. Baseline being taped out, but a double gauntlet comes forward for Voodoo as they try and get themselves into this fight. Itachi's going forward, but the rest of his carries do not want this fight, and Itachi will lose his life for it. It's XL now on the retreat, as that's going to be Aroniak dumping fight back in, but only to his death. Only Cortez lives, and now Voodoo a chance to take the beast.
A big dance all of a sudden just kind of goes awry with one misstep on that one, Daz. It's just Itachi moving forward with the rest of the team moving back. And the Gauntlet did some good work. We had that, the Aces High here from Dr. The Evil. He was able to really stop up some of the aggression there from Cortez. Cortez actually had to make an exit out of the fight just to cast the puppies to get into it. But by then, I think a lot of the momentum had already been diminished right there. And losing out too, now there's a Kraken pushing down. Again, we still have a lot of turrets to chew through at this point. And XL, well, they are going to get their defense online at least by the choke point, but it's not looking good for them.
No, this is cards stacked up against them. 7 seconds on Itachi, 12 on Aroniak, so at least the Kraken will not be entering the base until those guys are up. But first turret goes down due to the minion wave being prepped and Voodoo ready to take it. So this choke point turret is under fire, and XL just need to pull out a massive team fight, take down Dead Evil. They cannot allow Voodoo to sustain through the base and get the damage down. Then Pale lands. Will the Giffian? No, it doesn't stun. Dead Evil is running. Gauntlet will separate them, and Aroniak runs straight on into it. Ace is high onto Cortez. Here comes Aroniak, substitutes in. The Valkyrie doesn't connect. Dead Evil trying to get out, but he runs into Itachi. Everywhere he goes, there's damage, and he will fall. Now they need to take down baseline before the Kraken does too much work. This time the Crystal Sentry, it works for them, but the damage from baseline's so huge, and it's gonna be them all running to try and get away. Whoa! Wow, where did he go? He just got deleted, and a double kill for Aroniak. I do not know what just happened. I'm gonna have to see a replay, but somehow XL get a clean ace and will take down the Kraken.
Game will continue on. That was the defense that they needed to get done. Bringing down Dr. The Evil that quickly was a huge boon to them. But you said, like, Itachi's really been pushing forward in a lot of these fights. He's really trying to make sure that he can stay into the back, stay and make sure that the Gifting Walls, the Impales, it really roots down these targets. And XL, well, they're going to have another chance at a win here.
I think the fortified health must have just expired for Court. And as soon as it expired, it allowed for Cortez to get a massive chomp off with the aftershock, and it takes down a lot of the health because it's about max health damage. And then somehow Aroniac was able to execute. That must have been what happened. I'm playing it through my mind, and that's the only thing that makes sense to me. But yeah, you're right. A second chance for XL due to an impeccable engage coming out of Itachi to put Daredevil into a panic mode. And Daredevil, when he panics, is usually when XL are able to take him on out. Was looking like no Vaseline would be able to clean up, though, but this time, no cigar. And once more, we're back to the dance.
Well, we'll have to see if it takes 6 minutes this round to find our footing on it. But at the same time, we're coming down to the very smallest margins of error. Anything that goes wrong for either side could actually spell doom.
And I actually think that Voodoo need to be the ones engaging fights from now on, or else they put themselves in a position where they are consistently trying to run and keep Daredevil alive. I think if they engage, though, it's a little bit easier. But hey, that's going to be 11T caught out. He's got himself Echo. That's going to be the first gauntlet going down. Will we throw out a second one? It's going to be Aroniac diving forward. No, he's got that blood for blood, but Aroniac, he's going forward. They're trying to get onto Daredevil. Itachi takes so much damage, but Daredevil's bursted. Crystal Sentry's there, but they've taken down 11T. It's a 1 versus 3, and the Fortress is doing the work. That's going to be Rhyme defeated, and Ace and 60-second death timers. XL should be able to take the base here, forecourt.
32 minutes in. If you can't do it in the next 40 seconds, then how did we even get to this state at all? But XL, they played a very patient game. By the end of it all, they're able to find those engages. And, Dr. Diva, if he falls first in a lot of these fights, it just went their way. And just 63,000 gold to just about the 60K mark there as well, Dowsy. Just absolutely huge game.
Huge games indeed. And Daredevil, a lot of questions in my mind around his Gwen play. The reflex block not used, on cooldown still, or ready to go. There's 3 Atlases, don't get me wrong, it's very hard to block all 3, but at least block something. Block the Impale, block the Giffian's War, whatever it may be, forecourt, it needed to happen, and Daredevil needed to be running around Vaseline to keep the damage up for the Rhyme. I think Blueberries bring you back into this discussion. The thing that went wrong for Voodoo was they were never the ones to engage a fight.
Well, Dowsy, I think I agree with you, because if you face exactly this composition, those guys who played with Rhyme here, Voodoo with the Arden and the Gwen, there is nothing better you can face than, I think personally, than the Blackfeather Fortress and the Lance. With that Rhyme, you want to be like in the middle of all 3 opponents. You want to be, stacking your fortified health and be able to deal massive amount of damage. And we have seen that no Vaseline was able to do so, but for some reason the team fight coordination was not on point. Forecourt, is there anything which was standing out to you in this game before we jump into game number 2 here?
Well, by the time it came down to the late game, like everything was built up by that point, and it just felt like Gwen didn't really play around her supports that she needed to. Like, if you have a really built up Rhyme, you have that, even an Echo with your Arden. I mean, yeah. I said he might go with it, have a double gauntlet. Did not expect to see it, but if you can't play around those consistently, if you can't play around your teammates, you're always trying to skedaddle, or you're trying to just make that quick exit, well, you're going to be putting yourself in a vulnerable position from a team that have 3 sets of gap closes.
Yeah. Well, absolutely true. So the players do request a little break of 2 minutes, which is absolutely wild. What? What's up?
I need a break, man. Like, screw the players. Let me breathe.
All right, somebody quote that right there. Clip it for Jesse. His attitude towards players.
Awesome. Awesome. So as we talk a little bit and we continue with game number 2 in a bit, make sure if you are around the UK area and if you are watching, make sure you don't want to miss that Vainglory 8. The Spring Live Championships are being held in London together with the host team Fnatic. Their home base is in London, so I'm looking forward to meet you guys all there. There is still an early bird pricing available right now. It will end by beginning of next week, so if you did not get a ticket yet, you absolutely should. I think we all will be there. Unfortunately, the teams who are playing right now in the Vainglory 8, they have no chance to qualify. If they qualify for challenge battles, however, they still qualify for summer season Vainglory 8 if they win, of course, the matchup against the bottom Vainglory 8 teams. The challenge battles will be happening on May 6 when the Halcyon Gathering is happening. !Halcyon Gathering in the Twitch chat for more information, and then also check out Eventbrite out for May 19 to 21st at the O2 Building 6, the Spring Live Championship. I'm very, very hyped for those, and I'm very hyped, especially for the challenge battles, because the challenge battles are so interesting. We are going to play those in a double ban format. You know them from Vainglory 8 viewers. If you watch Vainglory Esports frequently, this is a thing for a while right now, and the top 8 teams in each region for North America and Europe are using this tool, the double draft. It adds a certain it adds a certain amount of strategy and, of course, the interesting mind games which are going on while the teams play. So let's see. Teams should be ready for the next game in a second. And again, just to finish this thought about the challenge battles, best of 5 it is each game, and the first winner, the first place of VGL, has the right to pick their opponent they want to face in Europe. Check out Vainglory Esports for more information, especially about the placement about the Vainglory 8 teams. All right, last person is about to enter, and I think we can start the draft for the next game here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really excited to see what those teams here have, planned. Axel and Voodoo Esports. Oh, no, he did not accept yet. And yeah, it is elimination bracket time, as said. If Voodoo Esports loses here again, they are eliminated, and I think we will continue to stream Axel on their run in the next round because we have one more featured game.
Is that a? I wanted to ask Daredevil or Daredevil.
Oh, sorry about that. Well,
but wow, the predictions from Blueberries that they're gonna win game 2 already. So.
Well, come on! I didn't say that. I just said.
Yeah, you did. You said we're gonna follow Excel in the next.
You did say that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I said it.
You know what?
All right.
I give you some exceptions every now and then, Blueberries, because of your beautiful German accent and your sometimes interesting pronunciations. But this time you 100% did just predict Excel to win this game.
Okay, Darcy, this time you got me. I'm not going to back up from that one. Axel is going to wrap up this series here 2-0. I just think that looking at their team fights, I think the shot calling, without having any idea who does it or how the communication is going on, I just have the feeling that it works out slightly better than Voodoo Esports. But of course, I would like to see a third game, but I said I'm not backing up. 2-0, we are in the draft. Fortress Band and Samuel.
Do you want to hear something funny, Forecourt?
Yeah, absolutely.
My prediction on Daredevil's name being Fat rather than Daredevil because of the way he capitalized letters, and like a lot of players do this, that they put a capitalization in just to change the way the pronunciation is. Like, obviously I can see it's Daredevil written out, but you know, my experience with players is that they do that just to change their name and make it a little bit unique. No, it is just Daredevil, and he accidentally capitalized an E. So
what a jerk.
Oh man, it's yeah, okay, cool. Let's get on to the draft. It's gonna be Alara picked up for Voodoo, as well as this Sky, a Adagio and a Vox coming through for XL, looking like a Glaive last pick for Voodoo. Any predictions real quick on the last pick?
Blackfeather, Lance. I mean, Lance being gone is certainly very strange.
Yeah, no, I think it's likely to be a jungle pick coming forward here for XL. So it would be a CP jungler.
Yeah, just
Koshka
realized that.
Hobbit.
Nobody goes CP
and-
Vox anymore.
No, and
Swap heroes.
it's because it's punished so easily, and teams are getting to a state, perhaps maybe not in the Challenger Series, but especially in the VG8, where they can coordinate their ability
Prepare
to
for
split
battle.
to try and shut down the resonate damage.
Yeah, all right. So there it is. It's going to be that Koshka coming through.
There's blueberries.
Yeah.
Final words, departing words.
The final words before anything is going to happen. Well, gentlemen, it is everything on the line here for Voodoo Esports. We are in the fold, and as a reminder, elimination time. The loser is finally eliminated, and Voodoo with the back against the wall. Dalsy, I'm really excited for that one, and Forecourt, take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. This is game 2 of the series, and Forecourt, as Blueberries predicted, XL coming forward with a win in game 1, looking like they have a fairly decent composition to do so in game 2.
It doesn't look like this game's going to take 32 minutes, at least. Hopefully, we're able to get our ducks in a row on that one. But very, very much of a slugfest last round. It was really anybody's game until the last few fights, and when the Kraken starts getting involved, I mean, she is really there to end the game, and that was just really well played, very patient there from XL. They did not really slack at any point in it, even going up against a huge gold deficit on top of things. They were still able to come out on top. So very resilient team, and this round there are a lot more tools in the shed, I think, for burst mechanics rather than just trying to sustain through everything.
Yeah, it's a very interesting composition. I think, Voodoo outdrafted XL in the previous game, but XL, through grit and determination, were able to take down the Gwen in most team fights to win it. But this time, they have a lot more going for them as far as team compositions are concerned. The Lyra from 11 team, a key time Bright Bulwark is enough to save someone, but it's very interesting that we're getting Daredevil here in the lane with the weapon powered glaive. This is just something that is like EU centric. We hardly ever see this across the pond.
No, typically if you do see a glaive, it's in the jungle. Weapon or crystal or utility, it's almost always off in the jungle here. But Vaseline's going to be the one that they're trying to put forward. And you get into that level 6, you have that death from above. There's perhaps a little bit of a window that you can use for this early game. But that aside, I really would not expect this to continue being a weapon Sky. I would say just that weapon blade early on just to help with the clear. I would fully expect to see crystal going forward.
Yeah, no, I think that's pretty much my thoughts as well. After such a long game, it is sometimes very hard to be able to reset against the same opponents and remember that you are starting from nil once more. You can kind of see that both teams are kind of taking very safe approaches. Cortez may dive forward and try and steal this Treant away. See Itachi rotating as well. He does manage to do so. They're going to look for a fight. Here we go. Vaseline in trouble, but they're going on to 11 here, trying to knock her down. Here comes Daredevil, though, looking to get involved, but 11's going to get popped, and first blood will go XL's way. Vaseline burning. Cortez looking for the dime, but Daredevil says, I am a massive wall you do not want to go for. And that's just going to be a single kill going to XL.
Did you see the amount of pressure that Voodoo was not willing to put their Sky Hunters. Like immediately there was that forward barrage. Immediately Daredevil just trying to throw out that afterburn, catch Cortez and stop up the kill. And well, might not have caught the kitty, but did keep the Sky going. And that was a really nice rotation from XL, right? It was a steal on the Ancient Train there from Cortez, that regen going forward. He knew that his opponents didn't have it. He got off his burst combo and able to chase down, not a problem. So now you can see Ironiac here just in the jungle with Cortez in order to pick up either the farm or the ambient. Looks like the last hit, at least on the Treant, but 22 of those last hits, he's kind of falling behind Daredevil here.
Yeah, no, he is just a little bit, which is always funny when it's a melee versus a ranged. But I'm not sure it's going to be too much. Perhaps it's just due to the fact that XL rotated as a 3 before Daredevil got involved, so a lot of CS did go to waste. But the gold lead is still very favorable for XL currently. 1,000 gold for them, and a lot of early game pressure that they can continue trying to put onto Vaseline.
Okay, so a little bit of a gold advantage accrued here early on from XL on top of things. First item from Ironiac. Daredevil, gotta really get out of the habit now.
I know, it's annoying, right?
we just went 30 minutes calling him that.
Yeah. 30 minutes giving the player the better of the down, and then it's like 11's like, oh no, it is just Daredevil, his English isn't good. Oh, okay, my bad.
So with healers on both sides here, Dowsy, like Daredevil does have the option of going either into the poison shift first, but I can't really think that he's going to see a Serpent's Mask here, so that's where I'm going to put my money. Like Daredevil is going to go into Shiv first, then with Vaseline picking up the first item, possibly in the next, well, possibly now, but no, it doesn't have the cash actually for it now. In the next few moments, like that's when you would start seeing Daredevil being a little bit more aggressive with the afterburns.
Yeah, no, 100%, and you can see he's going a bit of a split build, has the components for Sorrow Blade, but also wants to build into perhaps a Poison Shiv or Serpent's Mask as well with that Barb Needle. I'm finding it very entertaining. I have my guild chat open, perhaps maybe distracting me a little bit for core, but I'll be honest, and all of the touches guild... Itachi's not saying anything, but his guild mates and a lot of his ex-teammates commenting on what they expect him to do on this Adagio. They're expecting him to go damage, like Broken Myth, alternating current straight after Fountain. I don't think Itachi will do that, though, in a serious setting. If it was solo queue, I would 100% expect it, because that's just the kind of guy he is, loves carrying the game. But perhaps in this early stage of the game, it may not be a priority for him.
Well, it is actually going to be Daredevil picking up the Sword Blade first, so we're just going to keep that needle there for now. We'll have to see where it does go, but Itachi's taking a hit.
Yeah, so is Daredevil, though, as he dives back in to knock Cortez away. Ooh, that forward barrage is doing work. Heals are coming forth. That's going to be XL having to fall back here, as the healing from 11T seems to be outdoing the healing of this Adagio right now.
For now, yeah. And as time goes on, like it will sort of be a little bit more of a battle of the healers. But if we are going to be seeing a Shiv on both sides, it's up to Ironiac here to figure out where that fits into his build. He has that Sorrow Blade. He's had it for a while, and reflexes almost look like they're going to be coming out real early on both sides. Like Ironiac already has his. Cortez, even before first item, had his, and Vaseline is going to be setting up here as well, because that's what he bought instead of damage last time he came here to the shop. Yeah,
this game has the potential to blow up at any stage with a Koshka on the table forecourt, but Cortez is being shut down due to some good threatens, I guess, of afterburns as well. 11T's Bright Bulwark. Really, XL need to start to get this Koshka going and trying to hold Vaseline back, and you can kind of see them grouping up in the lane, but their target isn't really Glaive or Lyra. It's going to be consistently Sky on the Yummy Captain Frenzy, and if Vaseline is just allowed to kind of do his own thing in his jungle, clear out his full rotation without being punished too hard, then there's a chance for Voodoo to really storm back into this game.
It's not like it's a game-ending amount that they're behind right now. It is 2k or so, but Ironiac just continues on with the farm. Cortez's first item, going to be looking for a second here soon enough, and Not sure if it's going to be a Treads first here from Itachi, or if it's going to be more into a Crucible. Treads maybe a little bit more of a priority because there's not too much that you need a Crucible here for. Like Vaseline and that Death from Above, it's very well choreographed, and Daredevil is not going to be a CP spamming afterburn kind of glaive, right? So just let those reflexes sit and go for the Treads.
Voodoo going to push forward, clear out some of the vision here. Are they actually wanting to start this gold miner? It looked like it would maybe been a misclick from 11T. A misclick that can be punished as the yummy catnip frenzy flies on in, and 11T got deleted from that fight. Fountain used by Itachi to keep Cortez alive, but they are going to go forward, and look at Itachi leading the fight. Versus Judgment goes down, it will just push everyone back. They're going to start up the Crystal Sentry here. Itachi tanking it up, but Aroniak is fighting a little bit. Oh no! Okay, gets the shield at the last second from that reflex, but it did look like Aroniak was going to die there for half a second. XL, they find a single kill, and they get themselves a Crystal Sentry as well, just starting to try and make some early moves, some waves in this game.
During that fight as well, like Cortez not only launched the Yummy Catnip Frenzy from inside the bush, so 11T didn't have a huge amount of warning that it was going to be coming down on top of his head. All of a sudden, there's just a symbol up there, and it's like, what? And well, it went down from there. But after that, they all swarmed down into the shop area looking for more kills. But Itachi mid-fight does buy the ward treads, used them immediately. That's why they're able to chase so fast off into the jungle right there. So really kind of slick moves from XL on that one. They used the lack of vision from 11T because they were just popping scout traps. XL had total vision of where at least the library was, and they're able to kind of punish that very nicely.
Yeah, and punishing is what you need to be consistently doing when you have a Koshka on your team. Consistently punish any map movement that is a little bit left of center. Voodoo, though, they are still close to the mark, and they're going to knock Aroniak into a fight. Bro goes out, and Aroniak's going very low. Founder comes out, but they're turning it onto Daredevil. There is the wait for it, and they can't escape. Cortez diving forward onto Vaseline, trying to get the damage down, but he is going to have to fall back for now as 11T gets targeted by Itachi and Cortez. Forward barrage does do work, and XL are very low. They do not have a minion wave to work with as well to put this turret, but Cortez will get some health back, as will Aroniak from these healing camps, and they may just look to try and get the gold miner as their reward.
It's a much different tempo than game number one. XL really taking command of a lot of these fights. They're the ones also just not only kind of defeating the engage, but getting some really good engage of their own up against Voodoo. I mean, Daredevil had pretty much just the best afterburn he was going to get on that one. He punted Aroniak forward, 11T and no Vaseline right there, but the Death from Above unfortunately got circumvented. We had that reflex block in place there, and Aroniak able to just kind of edge it out with the help of the fountain there from attaching them. They return the damage, and rinse repeat a few times. You're up 3-0, you're up 3,500 gold, and you're going to be looking for that turret here soon enough if this continues on.
As gold lead starts to go their way, then the items differences start to come forward, and it makes things a little bit harder for Voodoo to come back into the fight. Cortez has broken Myth, and that aftershock finished. It's a pretty stark and scary point for the Koshka, and if Cortez can manage and stack up that broken Myth before a fight, then it is going to become even harder for Voodoo to be able to deal with her. I guess their saving grace is that they have Keel available to them, and they also have a Sky who, at late game, if she's able to do what she wants, can do a bit of damage. Some item purchases coming forward, Crucible and a Fountain. Itachi, though, wants to set up a fight, gets the heal off, which means that everyone is burning, but no one else is there. He's trying to get out, but he will be able to do so. Amazing that he got out there. He is building very tankily on himself, but that's going to be Fountain used from everyone. In fact, Crucible used by 11T as well to keep Daredevil alive. I think that actually means that XL have the favorite, are the favorites now going forward into a fight, unless Daredevil gets a very clutch afterburn.
Yeah, there's well, we still actually have the reflex on both of the carries here on XL. We did use the Crucible, or the reflex, sorry, on Itachi, so it's actually down. We're probably gonna be looking for that upgrade here soon enough. But again, having a great afterburn and not yielding any results out of it, Itachi able to just edge out and survive. They are able to heal up by the end of it all. It's not looking good from Voodoo. Game number one, very hard fought, very long kind of game, maybe drew them a bit down a little bit, but Voodoo not finding results so far here in 13 minutes.
Cortez is going to dive onto Daredevil, forcing a defensive afterburn on a weapon-powered glaive is so crucial to shutting down his damage output. That afterburn is a huge cooldown for Daredevil. You know, when he goes down that weapon power route, doesn't have it up all the time like you would see with a utility CP glaive. So at XL, they're going to use their vision to try and steal away another gold miner right under the noses and maybe just look for an insta fight. Again, at first the judgment goes out, but that's going to be Yummy Company Frenzy blocked. 11 though, he does not escape, but that is Cortez being knocked into the fight as Daredevil going to chase down the kitty cat, and Itachi's trying to get in line to heal him. Aroniak just singles out Vaseline, and Daredevil with no energy can really do nothing but auto attack. Cortez dives in, goes very low, but gets out, and Daredevil almost loses his life. In fact, he's burning alive. He will go down for the ace. Itachi claims it, and that is going to be the turret going down. XL gold miner ace turret pull ahead through 6,000 gold.
Despite all the efforts here of Voodoo to single out either Itachi or Aroniak, it's just not working. But when XL does it, when XL moves forward and singles out Lyra, she goes down just so very quickly. That turned it into a 2v3. Weren't able to return a kill there from Voodoo, and they lose out their turret on top of things. So we are getting to the stage of the game where the death timer is starting to add up and the power spikes are absolutely real. So if more fights just continue to crumble under Voodoo, then they're just going to kind of go down a landslide, and we're going to start losing turrets, and then that Kraken's going to come through, and unfortunately that's just going to put to rest their competitive split chances here.
100%. This is elimination right now. This is do or die. XL wins this game, then they take the series, they progress deeper into the gauntlet to try and get towards the challenge battles, but a good fight coming out of Voodoo as they knock Aroniak and Rise, and Tachi was not there to help with any healing if there was going to be an issue. But Poison Shiv on Aroniak means that he does get a bit of healing back from those CSs there. So yeah, it's all to play for. Like you mentioned at the beginning of the stream, all the marbles are on the line, and you know, no one wants to lose their marbles.
There's a little bit of a thought. I'm just looking at Daredevil here because he did not go into a Shiv. He actually sold the needle. Right?
Okay.
Could that have been a big difference in some of these fights?
I think it would have been. But I think also Daredevil's not really being allowed to actually engage, go in and get the mortals off, even if so. But we are going to see another fight break out. Yummy Captain Frenzy's going to lock down Daredevil, and that's going to be the Verse of Judgment. Popping but blocked. Vaseline trying to escape Cortez, but Aroniak is able to take down 11T, and Cortex dives forward. Oh, it's just so easy for XL when they're this far ahead with a Koshka and the box almost, or he is at his late game damage. This is how much damage he's going to be outputting. They get themselves another turret as Aroniak looks for a second, just clearing the wave so the Kraken can be started as well. Going to allow that buffed up minion wave to do the damage. I don't think it will get it, but this is a much different game coming out of XL.
We talked a little bit about the lane glaive early on, how we just don't see this here, at least on my side of the pond, right? And I don't really see it a ton in EU either, but it just doesn't seem to be yielding any kind of results, right? It becomes a one-trick afterburn, and then Daredevil, unfortunately, is just not really kind of getting that response from the team. The deaths from aboves are coming out a little bit later on. There's not a lot of upfront damage past a Surrey Strike forward barrage combo that Vaseline can do, and a lot of that's getting blocked up just by good positioning here from XL. So Daredevil goes in, tries to make a play, but there's very little follow-up, and now he's kind of left stranded. It makes the team a lot more vulnerable. They're a lot more spread out, and ultimately it's just kind of this rinse repeat, fail at an attempt at a gank, and then they just retreat, and that's where they lose their lives, and that's where we've been losing these objectives on top of it.
You know, Blueberry said at the beginning of the game that he felt like their shot calling, their decisiveness, their macro play was better at XL, and I think when they've been given a composition that does very well on those fronts, they've been able to make it work. That death from above just danced around by XL as they break into the base of Voodoo, looking to take the game, the series, all of it right now. Cortez dives forward, gets a bit of damage down. The Broken Myth stack starting to count up. The Kraken is taking down the Vein Crystal turrets, and Daredevil's so low, he's going to get engaged on top. Another death from above. It catches Itachi and Aroniak, so there's going to be no follow-up. But the towers are going down, and Voodoo can't do anything about it. XL are looking to take the game right now. Atachi throws out the first, and it is going to be the Vein Crystal falling. No deaths, no blood shed in the final fight. A clean game comes out of XL, 9-0. They progress deeper into the elimination bracket to face up against Late Cobras.
Going from such a slugfest of a game, such a back and forth in that game number 1 to a 9-0. Can't really say enough about Excel and their mentality going forward, but Voodoo, they absolutely do crumble under this one. Can't even take a kill, and that's very unfortunate for them. The seeds were very close on this, and game number 1 was certainly a real treat to watch, but unfortunately just weren't able to hold up against Excel, and we'll have to see if that means that Excel will continue on after their next series or not.
Very insane stuff, Blueberries, coming
Yeah.
forward from them. I think your predictions were pretty much on spot.
Well-
You know, the thing about the previous game was that XL's composition was hard countered.
Yeah.
Like, super hard countered by the Rhyme, and still they managed to win a slugfest.
Yeah, no, I think also they make good use of the double Atlas they had from Axel, and this highly aggressive playstyle paid out. In the end, they are knocking out Voodoo Esports here from the tournament. They are going to continue further in this elimination bracket, and that being said, 2-0 is the final score. Now it is updated as well below me. So let's take a look at the bracket and see what is going on there and what is coming up next. So we have this happening, Lemon Lime versus Denial Esports. This is going to happen tomorrow, and then we have up next Late Cobras versus Axel VG. So we will go on a short break until we watch the next round of the elimination bracket. Really excited for that one, because with Late Cobras, Axel is going to face seed number 2, and this game is going to be very, very interesting. That being said, don't go anywhere. A couple of minutes. We put 10 minutes on the timer. Get some refreshment. Participate in the VGL 9000 Eyes giveaway. Type into the Twitch chat !giveaway, or visit vaingloryleague.com and click on the giveaway tab for more information. It is open today and tomorrow. And that being said, we will be right back.
As we are walking this dangerous line, and I am watching this world unfold as they are doing just what they're told. I'm left to nowhere, no place to hide, out in the open, like ashes in the sky. I quit the illusion.
make it boom, boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, 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 mash up the place, make it boom, 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 boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, 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 boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, 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 mash up the place, make it boom, 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 boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom, boom. Mash up the place, make it boom, boom, boom.
skies burn down in a land above you wear the crown.
Feel so out of line every time that you call my name. I want to make your move, but I'm scared to say it. It's taken a while to get this far. I'm caught in the way. It's taken a lot to get this close. We're one and the same. Chasing colors after dark in your heart. I believe in you the way you pull me in. Can't pretend we're a work of art. After dark in your heart, I believe in you the way you pull me in. Can't pretend I'll be chasing colors. I feel so beautiful when you call. Tell me we won't change. I want to make your move. I'm on fire.
Late Cobras versus Axel VG. It is, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Vainglory League Challenger Series playoffs of split number 2. We have the last game of the night. We just saw Axel Vainglory, Axel VG here, winning over Voodoo Esports in a 2-0. First game pretty much head-to-head. And then the second game, clean sweep from Axel VG. I'm very excited how they continue this playstyle versus Late Cobras, because now, Dowsy, they face seed number 2. What does that mean now for Axel here?
Well, you know, they faced up against Denial in the winners bracket earlier on. Split 2, and I felt like those matches were really close from XL. Yes, it ended in a 2-0 against Denial, but I really had a lot of respect for the way that XL played it. They actually really took the fight to Denial, and Denial has beaten Late Cobras if we were to apply some chain logic. If Late Cobras are slightly worse than Denial based on their series result, and XL were able to take a close series towards them, then perhaps the series between Late Cobras will also be close, but everyone knows that chain logic is a bad way to think. So yeah, no, I think this is going to be a close series nonetheless.
All right, Forecourt, we're jumping into the draft right now. Do you have any favorite team or any, you know, anything which you are very excited about this game here, Late Cobras versus Axel in particular?
Well, I was kind of curious to see if there's going to be a Fortress coming through, because we already have an alpha ban out there, but it's really up to the B side to ban it out, and they are. So Lyra coming through. I can't say I'm really super excited about that, Blueberries, but if we see Lyra on one side, it's almost always we see Lance on the other. So
yeah,
XL have shown that they can make the, you know, these kind of plays work. And are they actually going to prioritize Gwen here on top of things, because that could actually just be a real good seat of power for these guys?
Well, we have seen Gwen in the was the last game, I think the game 1 of the last matchup with the tension bow start. Gwen worked out pretty well, I'd say. So let's see if they really want to go for this, and it looks like they are locking in that ping. Gwen in general as a carry here, Dowsy, patch 2.3, we're still in this. Where would you put her?
Early game bully, like of the massive kind, and if XL can use the early game power that comes out of Gwen, then they can take over the game. But you need to win early if you build tension bar. Otherwise, you kind of have to go down like a more traditional weapon power carry route.
All right, so early bully it is. Blackfeather and Samuel Forecourt, is that a suitable answer as of now, with looking at the composition of what Axel drafted here?
I'm always a fan of having a Lyra paired up with an aggressive melee, especially a weapon base, because using the arcane passage to kind of do that initial gap close, it's just a really good start to a fight, right? But now with Samuel on top of that one, we do actually have a lot of power here on the left-hand side. So is that enough to combat the Sky mixed results? I want to say it is, though.
All right, Forecourt says it is. I'm really excited for this game, ladies and gentlemen. It is still elimination bracket. Axel just had a game prior to this one, an entire series. Late Cobras, they came from the winner bracket, and because of that, they also had a little bit more of a break, probably 1 or 1.5 hours. So we will see how this impacts the gameplay as well as the draft does. We are on the full together with Dowsy and Forecourt Jester. Gentlemen, it is all yours.
You know, I've been a huge fan of XL as an organization for a long time. I think a lot of people in the Vainglory scene will not know who they are. They're actually a UK esports organization known for their Call of Duty, League of Legends, and Counter-Strike teams in the UK scene. And actually, their Call of Duty was like their biggest success. But right now, they've come into the Vainglory scene. They've picked up a very nice European roster of some up-and-coming talent. And if they take this game off Late Cobras, if they take a series of Late Cobras, then a lot of people are going to be looking towards their way.
And late Cobra's getting this late into the bracket as well. I mean, that's perhaps something that was not really going to be expected, to some people. But as a number 2 seed, it really just goes to show that they've really earned it, right? That they have really made sure that that seed does not belie their skill. And as I go on and on about it, looks like they're even going to get a first blood here.
Yeah, that's going to be Cortez taken on down, and looks like Itachi's in trouble as well. He has nowhere really to go, and he's just trying his best to dip and dive away. Oh, okay.
Mind
I
games.
don't know what mind games were played. The Joker, like, this is where I wish we had a fog of war, just so we could see what Joker was seeing there, because I don't know if Joker just decided to give up and try and pressure the lane, which makes a lot of sense, actually. It's not a bad macro play, but they're dancing with the turret. That was impressive, though, from Itachi to get away.
It's a little bit more of an evaluation, push the turret or get a kill that largely is not really going to affect too much, right? Like, Itachi just came back to lane to defend now. He was going to be a no issue either way. And, the macro play right there, it might be worth more to actually push out the turret than get the kills. And we see this in the jungle a lot as well. It's like, okay, he's invading my jungle, but I stole the minions. He's making an exit. I don't actually have to chase that. I already got the gold. I already got what I need. I'm just going to continue on farming because the kills this early on are just not going to be worth a lot.
No. At this stage, unless you take down both 1 or 2 people, then it's very hard to get an objective. But you can kind of see that late Cobras have started down that objective route by taking a lot of hit points out of the turret, which is definitely a good start for them. The best way to battle early game is to have real good early game presence yourself, and it can kind of go against the Gwen now if Aroniak was to prioritize tension, though.
And 3 minutes in, looking at a good chunk of cash, doing well for themselves. I'd be very surprised if we are not going to be looking at a tension bow here on top of Ironiak, but he's not actually going to be looking to trade in yet. It's going to come back up to lane, more farm. Keeping an eye on it, Dowsy, but I am thinking more towards the tension bow myself.
Okay, well, we'll have to find out very shortly as an Impale lands from Itachi, but Lane King very happy to be in this lane right now. He has the Lyra, which provides so much bullying power, and of course the Book of Eulogies to heal from the last hits as well. All this time, the Joker is really the one we should be looking at. Look at the aggressive moves he's playing towards Cortez on this Skye. Best way to shut down a Skye early is to kill her in her own jungle, steal away as much gold as possible, and that's going to be another kill going his way. But in the lane, ooh, I thought Lane King may also get taken down, but he just about walks away with his life. And now the rotates coming from late Cobra's going to try and put some more pressure onto Aroniak in the lane. Let's see if they bait themselves in. Nope, they just go straight on out for it. Going to push Itachi out.
Yeah, Itachi splitting one way and making sure that Aroniak on the other. They got to make a choice as well. There was also a big set of minions in front of Joker. It does kind of dampen his damage output if he can't get around those, but Aroniak did live through it. Comes back, has that tension bow ready to go, and this is where, especially at level 6, if Cortez can hit level 6 sometime in the next little bit, and he's so very close right now, Des. This should be it. There it is. This is now a really good wombo combo between them all.
Yeah, no, the 100% is, the lockdown that Itachi can provide just allows Cortez and Aroniak to lay down heaps of damage for themselves, and something you have to worry about. Oh, another Impale lands, and Jacob just gets chunked on out. Cortez is like, gotcha, but Aroniak comes in with a boast first, and pretty much getting gold onto Gwen is super important early so that she can get towards that Sorrow Blade next and really have a lot of impact. Oh my gosh, another one! Late Cobras! I'm so confused what's going on. Aroniak almost loses his life. In fact, he still might if Lane King was able to get in, but without level 6, it's very hard to get on.
Oh, man.
For a third kill. Late Cobras, they're getting greedy, man. This is disastrous play. This is not the team that we saw play in Split 1 or in the challenge battles of Split 1 either. This is something else. In XL, you feed them these kills, they're very good at taking objectives, and they will punish you.
The early game damage spike with that tension bow, and Itachi for the lockdown. Cortez has that death from above. He has the steady damage to come through with that forward barrage on top of things. So that is just a really great example of how to use your power spikes in quick succession and catch your opponents off guard.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I don't think we'll see much of that again. Perhaps not in that kind of isolated scenario. Definitely in a team fight, we will see XL try and blow someone up with the lockdown and burst potential that they have. But this is just mistakes from Late Cobra as an XL, you know, being heads up enough to punish the mistakes. And Tachi's, you know, starting to let the rust drip off him and is definitely hitting these impales in the lane. Cortez does throw out a dive from above, but it's not going to connect. Perhaps you want to wait until an impale fires out before you go for that. Now it's going to be Cortez in trouble as he gets back over the wall. Oblivion flies out, but it won't put anyone to sleep. They all manage to get out of range. And Late Cobra is now showing their strength of siege. Cortez is going to be forced out of lane. Aroniak also going to be forced very shortly if they decide that they're going to try and dish some damage their way. But this is very hard for XL to defend. Oh wow, okay. Good impales, good damage. Aroniak going to force the fountain. And that's pretty huge for XL. If Cortez can get into lane quickly, they can push. Late Cobra's back, maybe they can look for a fight. Impale lands, as does the Aces High. Lane King in trouble, trying to get away, but he cannot get away from Aroniak. Turret falls, but they trade one back, and now actually the siege potential for XL is there.
If XL get the turret here, then Late Cobra is absolutely not really a worth trade because they're going to be down a kill in the exchange. But if they can manage to hold on, they're going to come ahead in that regard. But it's just the burst potential is absolutely still there. Like, Itachi doesn't have to go home, no energy. Aroniak, he's just going to keep rinse repeating with that tension bow. Rinse repeat, get the damage. And you got to really be very cognizant of that. You just saw how slow they brought Jacob, and forcing out that fountain was really a big clincher in that fight because there was nothing left up Libra's sleeve at that point.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think XL perhaps made a safer move rather than going for the turret and risking lots. The def time is still low. They decide to fall back and not risk too much, but doesn't mean that they aren't ready to fight. In fact, Impale lands onto Lane King and huge burst goes out. Is able to get out of that stun though, and will be able to walk away once he got Serpent's Mask and Delira, so he's definitely going to heal back up to 100%. XL going to have to really burst down a singular member if they want to continue team fighting.
Okay, so the big first item spike, XL got themselves some good kills. They got themselves a little bit of pressure, but ultimately they did lose out their turret to the siege here of the Late Cobras. So maybe we're starting to see the Cobras starting to come a bit of it more into their own. But second item spikes are not really that far off here from XL. They are not winning the gold, but they fight with the engage.
Wow, that engage, don't get the gold miner, but now they're looking to chase on down. Itachi waiting for his next impale to come off the online, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get in position to do enough damage. Minion wave, it's not quite there for a turret siege either, so XL almost getting an engage and a kill, but in fact they get nothing. Perhaps going to look for a siege potential, but they have to be so careful fighting under this turret.
Okay, a little bit of a siege of their own. That's a catch.
Okay, never mind. Every time they do that, that should be a kill onto either the Joker or Lane King. Fountain comes out, Aronia goes forward, shows the burst potential. Jacob taking so much damage, forced to use his portal. Cortez, though, very low and can't be recalling that close to the Samuel. Has to walk away, but we may even see another impale come over touch. He's baiting for it. Joker gonna spot him out with the Malice and Verdicts, but oh, here's the impale. There's Aroniak, Giffian War. Can Joker get away? It's gonna be close. He just about gets out with about 10 HP on himself, but yeah, that's a risky game to be playing.
I was almost close, but no cigar, but totally a cigar to be had for that one. Joker's got to be celebrating life from there. He himself looking for that second item, going into that broken myth as quick as he can. And Lane King has come back, not only with just that Serpent's Mask, but into the Atlas. So that's a big second item for him. And that's also a very big tool. Like, if he starts jumping into the back line, if Itachi is, if he's able to slip past that lance, landing that Atlas on top of Aroniak is really a big deal for some of these fights coming up.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's very interesting, this game, because currently Late Cobras, they have a bit of a lead and a bit of advantage. They should be able to, if they play safely, they should be able to dictate fights, but XL are kind of forcing them to play their game, and walking down these tight corridors is disastrous against the Sky, against a Lance, Impale Lance, Lane King forced to use his Rose offensive defensively. But the Joker comes in with a broken myth and he's starting to stack up. Looks like Late Cobras want this one, and Roniak is going to be forced to pop his skedaddle. Joker caught though, that's Jacob in fact, and oh, a huge Oblivion comes out, puts 2 to sleep, and Cortez, well, he's trying to get away, but Lane King will look to handle that job. The boost comes out, it's gonna be Joker to find the kill, and Lane King takes the ace. That is huge for Late Cobras.
I'm sure the Atlas was definitely a part, but that sleep from Joker really kind of sealed the deal on that fight. And the builds that we see here from XL are a bit greedy, perhaps. We had no Reflex on top of Aroniak. He just picked it up now. We had no Crucible on Itachi, and you're still not going to see that here for a little bit. Cortez, of course, doesn't have one there either, and that sleep really did show the reason why you do need to invest at least into a Reflex sometime before the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. You know, Crucible not necessarily needed, but XL then need to have those reflex blocks on their carries. They're going to look to try and punish the overstay. Ace is high though. The Giffian wall will make sure it doesn't connect, unfortunately. And now it's just a run away from Aroniak, but he is going to get caught up in the end. Itachi left on his own. A bit of a misplay there from XL to use all their CC at once. You really want to stack it rather than, you know, use it at the same time. And if that ace is high landed onto a prime target after the Giffian wall stun, then perhaps XL could have taken that fight.
All right, so we went from some pretty decent kills, a really good early game power spike here from XL, to a little bit more of a crumbly mess here at the 12-minute mark, because that's 2 back-to-back fights that we have not really been able to take anything from the Cobras, and now a gold miner on top of it has extended a gold lead here to the Cobras by about 6,000 gold. So we also did not use Reflex that fight there from Aroniak. It's unfortunate for him, but he bought the item, didn't do him any good, and died once more. Now it's on top of that in Aegis. You really gotta be looking forward to defeating the tools that the Late Cobras now are wielding in these team fights. Otherwise, this could be a slippery slope to a game 2.
Right, yeah, no, it's definitely starting to stack up against them, and it's this kind of tension boat early that, you know, Gwen kind of struggles against, is that, you know, when she falls behind, can't lay down the damage, is getting focused out so hard, issues start to arise. XL, yes, if they land good CC, they can take fights, they can blow someone up, but the armor is starting to stack up here for Late Cobras. They've got 2 Atlases for themselves. Jacob has one, as does Lane King, which means that they can really shut down some of the damage that Aroniak is putting out.
Okay, so XL not really charging head first into anything. They are very much staying together this time and looking just to be a little bit more turtly, a little bit more defensive. If you look at the cash, I mean, you can kind of figure out why. 7,000 gold or so down, and look at just the level of infusions as well. Like, Late Cobras know that there's blood in the water. They know they have an advantage, and they are sitting on 3 infusions. Well, Lane King's about to lose out his. We don't have a single one here from XL. So in terms of team fights, there's not really a good chance of them taking one.
Yeah, no, Late Cobras are well in position to be taking whatever they want. They've got themselves a huge gold lead, and they've got themselves, you know, the infusions as well for extra damage. Now this choke point turret under fire. They need to find and engage XL, a key engage from Itachi, and then, you know, the CC to follow up there from above. Aces high, whatever it may be, needs to come out from XL now, or they lose their turret, and actually, you know, they've lost their health bars, so it's not looking good for them in this siege.
Okay, 7-6, a little bit of a siege. That choke point turret has had better days, Dowsy. Now we're starting to see some infusions come out, at least here from Ironiak, but at the same time, I mean, he's also now dipping into a second defensive item here for his weapon carry, which means that until that heavy steel gets upgraded, and maybe a breaking point, maybe like that, it's not really looking like this Gwen's going to get too much stronger from here.
Right. Yeah. You know, I think that the tension bow will be sold at some point, but I'm really interested to see this heavy steel from Aroniak says to me that he's going towards a breaking point next. And like as you mentioned, he's not quite near there yet. He's been forced to go down this defensive route. He has 500 gold. Needs quite a bit more if he's going to be finishing this breaking point, and you can kind of see Late Cobras, they're aware of this power deficit that they they have, and they're really trying to take as much advantage of it as possible.
Well, the Cobras aren't pushing. Doesn't really look like the Kraken's really up on the menu. There's not a lot of jungle invades. Not that there's really much of a jungle to grab, but the aggressive positioning just doesn't seem to be there from the Cobras. They seem to be more than happy to try to bait out here in lane, just looking to catch Ironiak when he goes farming. But I don't know. We've seen passivity get rewarded with failure before, and I'm just a little curious.
We need a pause, actually. Jacob's been...
Oh, is that what it
still.
is?
Yeah,
Got it.
He's still there. And, we'll have to see. XL, they're aware. They're just testing it out. They may look just for a fight and ignore Jacob. That's a lot of sportsmanship. But, you know, XL, this is a big match for them. And they're not going to let this one go lightly. So they're going to probably look to try and push here. Lane King goes forward. I don't know what he's thinking there. They know that Jacob's not in the game right now. Cortez takes a lot of damage. XL, they may be going too deep. Nope, that's going to be the Joker taken on down. XL now going to focus down this turret. And this is a hard one because, you know, we will get the pause come forward in the end. But the rules state that the players must secure their own connection. So if a player disconnects, then there's not much that we can really do for them eventually.
All right, so yeah, good call on that one, Dowsy. I did not notice that he wasn't moving. I thought they were trying to bait into a bush right there, but Jacob really not being here does shift a lot of the dynamic. You can already see the kill that's been accrued on top of Joker, and you're right, like XL pushing. I don't really have like a code of ethics solidified here for Vainglory. Typically, you do want to be like that big sportsmanship, right? But that's only on kills. What does it say about pushing? Because I'm not sure that section's actually been, you know, fleshed out yet.
So we'll pull Blueberries in because, you know, Blueberries heads up VGL, and if anyone can like break down some rules for us, it's him. XL are within their rights to do whatever they want, as far as I'm aware, to an AFK DC player. They can push as much as they want because it's not XL's fault. They should not be punished for someone's connection being an issue.
Well, so the thing is that he disconnected for some reason, or he was not moving. I mean, it is just that each player is responsible for his or her own connection. This is a fact. You can read that on the rules. It's the same for Vainglory 8 and such. So I am right now in touch with...
Cobras?
Yeah. So I'm checking with the teams, and especially Jacob, trying to reach out to Lane King, since I was chatting with him before the game and trying to get a word, but I don't get a word for now. So that being said, it might take the one or the other minute. So, well, currently, let's take a look quickly at the game as of now. So Lake Cobras, they are ahead, at least from the gold. 7-7 at minute almost 17. Let us go on a very brief pause. I will give you guys some music on your ears, and then we'll try to figure out what is the status with the team, and then continue hopefully as soon as possible.
The edge of us getting weighed. Read about your life in your local papers. Realize the end of us getting near. You're just a droplet of paint trickled off your canvas. Delirious illusion flowing backwards through the river of color while we analyze to try to see it clearer. Secretly appealing to a lonely prisoner. Now what's your vision?
Beneath this black sky, maybe you should come with me. I'll take you to the dark side. Me and you and me, do bad things in the nighttime. Maybe you should come with me, and we can kill a light, hit the lights, let it black out, hit the lights, let it black out. Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, black out, black everything. Kill the lights, hit the lights where they black out. Black out, hit the lights where they black out. Black out. Black bird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything black. Black heart, black keys, black diamonds, blacked out, black everything black. Black everything, everything all black. Everything, everything all black. Everything, everything all black. Everything, everything black.
Alrighty. Unpause comes through very suddenly. XL will take the turret. Blueberries, what's the case?
Yeah, so well, the teams, Jacob had an internet connection issue, hashtag the classy one. Fortunately, he is back, so everything is solved. I gave both teams the same countdown timer so that both teams could and knew exactly when the game is resuming, and that was exactly the second where I hit the unpause button. So yeah, everything back on track. Dalsy and forecourt, let's go.
Yeah, no, okay. So, forecourt, the status of play is still very the same. XL, though, are going to be rewarded with a turret.
Yep,
And,
turret and a kill.
And a kill. So, that's a bit of gold back in their pockets, but it's still a massive gold lead. 4,500.
It's not enough to really change a lot of the game, but the extra gold will go a long way for these infusions. So it's a temporary reprieve. It puts them just slightly less behind, but late Cobras, it looks like they're back into fighting form, and they're starting to aggressively take position here in the mid, because Kraken is certainly going to be a reward worth it if there's any kind of like overextension from XL.
Yeah, no, I certainly agree. It's a hard game to come back into, and you know, sportsmanship to XL. Yes, they kept Jacob alive. I know in my solo queue games, I always kill the AFK player because I don't want them being, you know, out in the open. I want them to be nice and safe on their base. But it's going to be in a cage coming out of Jacob. He says, I'm back and I'm ready to fight. Veroniak in trouble. Ace's High does stun up. Lane King gives him a bit of room to deal with. Joker knocked up against the wall, and Impale comes forward. Is he going to go down? No, he's still alive. Fountain keeps him alive, and all this time Cortez cannot outrun Lane King. So close for XL, but the cigars are not there. Oh, that Impale from Antachi was clutch to keep Veroniak alive, and it is going to be just this choke point. Oh god, okay! Wow, Joker steps forward, Aroniak pops him, turret goes down. I think if Joker was alive, then Late Cobras could have looked to take this Kraken.
There was a lot of clutch at the very end there to keep Ironiak alive, but at the same time, yeah, losing out the Joker really does put a damper on any attempt here on top of the Kraken. We might not have a lot of scout traps or a lot of vision, but XL can very easily, I feel, just inch forward, and there's not going to be an attempt at all. Like, there's just not enough damage here with Lane King and Jacob to take it quickly enough.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it's too risky to do so as well. Okay, so the gold remains where it was before. Breaking point finally finished for Aroniak. This is huge for XL's damage over time, and you know that fight lasted a long time. Aroniak probably could have popped the Joker if he had breaking point in the last fight. Though Joker is starting to itemize down the defensive train armor being picked up. So whilst this game is still very, very far out of XL's grasp, it's not impossible yet. There is light at the end of the tunnel, but Late Cobras right now, it's their game to lose. Like, if they throw, then XL get a chance back in. If they play this out and close out, then they take game one. Like, it should be their win.
And 20 minutes in, you're going to start seeing more of these completed builds finishing up. Power spikes on both sides is begging for an engage.
Looking for it here. Veroniak pretty far backwards. Cortez trying to stay alive. Lane King, they're going to dive on over. Step from above, catches Jacob, and they're going straight on to Joker, popping him, bursting him. He's taken on down. That's going to be the fight in the corridor. It's exactly where XL want to fight. They've rooted down Jacob, and Lane King's trying to get away, but he cannot escape. It's going to be Cortez taking him on down, and Itachi is keeping Jacob close by. Impale and the Giffian wall. Jacob just going to try his best to buy time for his team, but really XL need to be turning and looking for this Kraken. Death time is 22 seconds. Jacob is still alive, but Cortez will chase him on down. It is slick, but it is Jacob's life very shortly ending, and he will finally go down. Did he buy enough time though for XL to avoid the Kraken? We'll have to find out.
So. No, I'm not convinced that we're gonna have Joker coming back and blazing forward looking for a Kraken. But there's two big things in that one. The first is like the Joker definitely got caught a little bit. The stun from the death from above really set up his retreat, and the stickiness targets just bringing him down. But the second was that Jacob was chasing after Joker the whole fight, and when Joker did go down, Lyra had just come back into range to help him out, and there was no fountain that got used for that. There was no crucible. That stuff was used very, very late, and it still wasn't enough to keep Lane King or himself alive. So a huge misplay out of that one, as Joker and Jacob, they got to really be buddy-buddy on this one. You got to play around your captain sometimes. The straight out running away from him. In Lyra, you might say, okay, she has Arcane Passage, right? Just she can close that gap. Yeah, if you want to bring Gwen into the mix and just almost outright kill Joker from
right,
there.
and
So
it
just
puts
wasn't
Gwen
good.
away from Lane King as well. You know, I said that Late Cobras should win this game if they don't misplay. Fighting in corridors against a death from above, aces high, buckshot, and Giffian War / Impale is just terrible positioning from Late Cobras, and they are starting to give advantages over to XL. Looking for another fight. The Oblivion goes out, but it's blocked. It puts Itachi to sleep. Cortez still alive, though, doing the damage to Joker, and Lane King's trying to find Aronia. Can he assassinate? Yes, he can find the kill. Cortez in trouble as he gets taken on down as well. The split play from XL this time doesn't work. They fight in the wide open, and it's so hard to catch someone out and stun people up. It's not playing into the strengths of XL, and you can see the difference in fights when Late Cobras play in positions that favor them is so vastly different.
We've seen this yesterday as well in the VGL. There's definitely these team comps that have stark differences when it comes to fighting in the open versus fighting in the corridors. But as well, I mean, that was a very good back-to-back comparison on top of things. Now, that fight, XL might not have won, but the Kraken did push forward. It evens up the turret count, so it's still not the worst that it could be. There's not like there's going to be a big counter push coming out here from Late Cobras. And taking those turrets are a pretty big deal for XL, because if they can get one more fight in the corridors, one more Kraken, right, you're all of a sudden in a very much an end game situation. And it's all about momentum, I feel, from here. Like, if Late Cobras can get any kind of engage in this big open area under the Kraken, up in the lane, to get off a great gank, they will resume the momentum. But it's up to XL now to kind of keep moving forward and taking what they can if they really want to get this win.
Right, absolutely. Aroniak probably not going to sell his tension bow. You know, I don't think there's a better item he can pick up. There's just so much armor on the side of Late Cobras, and I'm not sure he can stick to one target for the, to make a bone saw work. But perhaps he does upgrade if he feels like he can just focus one target down. It is usually him versus Lane King. So perhaps that is an option. But right now, Late Cobras once more pushing down the wave, making sure that they fight in the open rather than in the corridors. Suijay will be pleased. It's still not done yet. Impale lands on to Lane King, but Jacob dives forward, lands the snare. Here comes Lane King trying to do his best, but Cortez is focusing the same target as Aroniak. This is so huge for damage. Good Oblivion, but it is blocked up. Aces high stuns Lane King in his process. The Joker trying to find the damage with the Malice and Verdicts, but Itachi's chasing him back, and that's Jacob caught. Huge play from XL to turn that one around, and the focus from them was good. They bursted down Lane King and found Jacob as a follow-up.
Also, you saw kind of the merry-go-round that was playing around the giant rock right by that bush on top of things. There was a lot of movement, a lot of denying of attacks, and a lot of a denying of just your movement on that one, and that worked out great for XL.
Joker's up to full energy. Oh man, this is dangerous for XL. A Malice and Verdict catches Aroniak at this point, and he is looking very dead. XL wisely disengaged the Kraken, but now going to set back up. Itachi doesn't land the Impale. They landed the Impale, then Kraken was theirs, Ace was theirs, but now they're pulling it as far away as possible. This is so risky from XL. They need to play this perfectly, and actually they're going to try and charge forward onto the Joker. Good reflex block blocks up the Impale. Aces High won't connect. He's starting to stack up the Broken Myth. Aroniac is going very low, but they're going to get away with it. And no, Ace comes forward as Lane King is back up and ready. XL going to recognize that their health bars aren't healing. They need to fall back, and well, they're being caught by scout traps here. This is so risky.
Here comes Lane King.
Lane King looking for the execute. He's going straight on forward, but Itachi sticks around to keep Aroniac alive, and now he's going to try and dance around the jungle, get away from this Black Feather. Here he goes once more. He will survive, but this game is still so close.
14 kills to 10. I'm sure that there's going to be theory crafters saying that the pause was all a big conspiracy, but XL is hanging in there. That's the big thing. We talked about their resilience, their mindset moving forward. They're always staying very positive, maybe popular, but also positive. And as they continue on and on, like once we get, I think, enough gold, I think Aroniac will actually throw out that tension bow, but he really needs to make sure he can just straight up replace it. Until then, you need the money there for the infusions. You see more and more infusions going through. You need Cortez to go pick up his, but at the same time, like Lane King and Joker, they got to get their ducks in a row. They got to really find that focus target. They got to find a really good battlefield here for these guys because they're starting to slip. They're still ahead, but they're starting to slip.
Yep, Bonesaw upgraded by Aroniac, so he is thinking that that's the right way to go. And if he can focus down one target, then he's certainly going to do a lot of damage. Also, War Treads for Aroniac for the extra health and movement speed by the looks of things. So this is really strange stuff. I kind of feel like Journey Boots is needed for Aroniac to escape the Black Feather, but also he needs the health to sustain. It's such a hard line to cross, and you know. It's very hard to call this game because XL have shown so consistently, even when against the wall, that they can play win conditions really nicely. And they're one way back into the game, they follow suit and manage to get through the darkness.
And while there could actually be that light at the end of the tunnel for both sides here, Dowsy, more infusions, more flares. The double Ward Treads is certainly an interesting choice. We'll see if it works out. But this kind of battlefield right here, this is really what XL want.
Impale lands onto the Joker, but there's the Oblivion going out. They managed to get out of it though, XL, and here comes Late Cobras, but this is where XL want to fight nice and close and personal. If they can land the stuns, if they can land the Impales, then they will take some damage with them, but they're taking so much poke in the process, and the touch is going to split from the team. Cortez almost done. He's getting taken down very low. Their Fountain comes out, and now they're looking for the fight. Crystal Sentry is there. Cortez gets aggressed on top of, but Lane King gets popped, and now they're going onto the Joker here. He has to do so much work to hold this one together, but I'm not sure he can. He's found some damage for himself. Cortez very gang. Ooh, he gets away, and actually XL cannot afford to chase down the Joker anymore. They're going to have to recall and let him go. Oh, these fights are giving me a heart attack here for Court. so close.
Very clutch.
So close. But
Very
XL
clutch
continuously playing to their win conditions and playing in these tight areas of the map where they benefit from the lack of room to maneuver in.
At the very beginning of all this, we said, there's a lot of tools to end the game, I feel, before the 20-minute mark, but here we are, 29 and counting, and Rodiak, that's not one of them. Face-checking into two of your opponents is not a surefire victory at all.
Oh, man, so Rodiak's going to go back to base. We're pretty much at endgame here for XL at 53,000 gold, as you would expect. Cortez still missing his final defensive item, tier 3 defensive item, that is. Probably going to get into the metal jacket as soon as possible, but obviously has to continuously prioritize crystal infusions. Man.
We have sold items now, Dowsy. Aroniac, he's gotten rid of that tension bow. He's into a bone saw, trying to cut through this armor. Lane King has sold the shiver steel. He's going to be looking for Pierce of his own.
Yeah, most likely going in for a bone saw so he can focus down someone, some individual, whether it be Cortez or Aroniac. Look at XL. They're playing in this pocket, aren't they? And they're inviting Lane Cobras to come into them. There's the fight going out, but once more, Lane King dives forward, gets the slow off with the Atlas, and now he's going back on in. Oh, that Oblivion's so big. Everyone's put to sleep. Aroniac has to fight by himself. The Fountain comes out, but he's going very low, and he's going to get popped. One in Oblivion coming out of Joker to separate XL up, but now they're going to charge on forward and look to finish off the fight. Def from above doing work, Itachi being the face tank of the Malice and Verdicts. A good Giffian's Wall to negate some of the damage, and the Crystal Sentry's doing work, but that's the first kill. Cortez soon to follow. The second comes fourth. An ace for Late Cobras, and with 50-second death timers, they're going to march into the base and finish off this behemoth of a game.
Big plays. Joker right there redeems everything anybody has ever said about him. Gets a double sleep that they leave alone. They focus down on top of Itachi at the end there, and then Ironiak and Cortez like, well, they didn't use their Aegis at all. Ironiak didn't use it, whatever, in that fight. Not once. So big tools kind of neglected, big sleep to set themselves up, and that's going to be game one there.
Massive game, and have to give it to XL for being able to hold into the game very long. I think that perhaps the DC definitely helped getting some of the crucial gold they needed to fulfill some of their items, but their ability to play around the map where they're strong is really huge, and they took that game to a very long task. Like Late Cobras, by all means, should have won that much earlier. But they continuously played into what XL wanted to do, Blueberries.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right with that. It was about, like, you know, when you're on the winning track, you have to, you know, wrap up the game and try to finish it as soon as possible. However, that did not happen. It just extended to like 31-minute game. It's crazy. And yeah, absolutely good plays as well from XL VG here. Seat number 16 versus seat number 2. So this is going to be an interesting last series here while we switch the teams and make sure everyone is ready for court. Do you think this can be potentially going a third game?
Oh, it absolutely could go a third game. There's a lot of stop up, a lot of reduction of the advantages accrued from both sides. Like XL early on, remember, they were the ones to start putting the pedal to the metal. They're the ones that really used a good early game spike to get themselves into a position. But then from then on, it's just like almost like the lack of defense has really kind of bit them a little bit right there. Then it stalled out. Like it could still go either way. So a game 3, absolutely possible.
All right, that being said, let's jump into the draft right now and see what XL has to Ben here, has to offer for this game. It is 1-0 for the Late Cobra, seat number 2, and they got knocked down into the elimination bracket. The loser of this series has to bite the dust in split number 2, and for the winner, the dream is still alive to make it into challenge battles and all the way for the Vainglory 8 summer season. However, Glaive has been banned, but he's gray on my... I don't know if he's gray on your screen as well. And there...
he was also gray on my screen.
All right.
That was strange.
Yeah, it was. Let me quickly check. Yeah, he's...
Okay, so none of that. Let's just reset, refocus, and make sure everything goes our way, because the last thing we need is any kind of tech issue to get in the way here at the game number 2.
Absolutely.
So it's good to talk about the position we're in here, Blueberries. Lemon and Lime, after beating Reliable Union 2-0, secure their place in the challenge battles. Denial, after beating Late Cobras 2-0, secure their place in the challenge battles. They're both going to be fighting to get into the last matchup, the finals matchup, and we'll see that tomorrow. But Late Cobras and Reliable Union right now, if they win this series, then they have to face up against the winner of the simultaneous series tomorrow, and then the winner of that secures their place in the challenge battles. Loser of that is unfortunately 4th place. Yes, there is a bit of a cash prize, but they unfortunately don't make the mark as far as challenge battles are concerned. So this is not it for these two teams. You know, after this, they still have to go for the 3rd and 4th place decider match, and try and make their way towards that winners bracket final. Sorry, just the final in general. So a long way to go when you're in this elimination bracket.
Yeah, just quickly showing that bracket as you speak about this. And again, we have a little bit of an issue with a player who cannot log in and needs to restart the device. And we will make sure that everything is fine In the meantime, a look at the bracket here, as you did explain it. 11 Lime and Denial Esport, they are in the so-called winner finals and guaranteed for making it into the challenge battles. Denial Esport just got knocked down from Split 1's challenge battles as the only team, I think it was Fluffy Chickens, who took their spot and are now, as it looks for now, because there weren't that many points, they are in the challenge zone from the Vainglory 8. So we will see, maybe we will see some kind of rematch going on there on May 6th when challenge battles are going to happen. As said, once again, they are happening in the double draft system, and we will have a best of 5. Many questions, why a best of 5? The simple answer is things can happen which you never would imagine, and we have seen this for a couple of times, that the best of 5 is absolutely interesting format and provides such more complexity rather than a best of 3, especially when it comes to so important matchups like the challenge battles, where teams, you know, can relegate up and down from VGL to the Vainglory 8. So let's see if everyone is ready to go. I think that I hope that we are good to go with the draft. We kicked it off, but I will wait a second until we go in. But it looks everything is stable. So let's start with the draft here. We got the Samuel ban. That was something a little bit too scary on game number 1 as it looks.
He's just a popular guy these days, Dowsy. He's really made himself a home here in this split.
Yeah, certainly has. I think he's what pros call one of the strongest heroes in Split 2.3. Very hard to pilot, lots of ways to shut him down, but you get to late game, you have so much control over the team fights, you know. And XL, man, they've played 2 30-minute games in their last 4 games, or this is their 4th game coming up.
Yep.
I guess they just want to have the easiest route possible towards trying to get themselves back into this series.
Yeah, it's certainly been a long day of games for these guys, and high stakes games as well. Really takes its toll. But game 2 here. Not only do we see a Fortress who had some really good results earlier on, we get a Flicker. Get to see more of it on the NA side of things than anything, but EU Flicker, all right, I'm on board.
Yeah, no, this is pretty exciting stuff for Late Cobras bringing it in. We don't see much Flicker in Europe, but teams are starting to pick it up towards the end of the split here, Blueberries. Gwen picked up for Cortez. I'm surprised by that pick. I thought we might see something different, but XL are going to stick by it.
Looks like early aggression from the side of XLVG here, and especially with the glaive, I like that. You know, you can do some great things, which, you know, might put the late Cobras back in their early game and trying to get things rolling. However, the Flicker is absolutely interesting, and yeah, that's also true, Dalsy. The later we continue into the split and the challenge battles, I think the more crazy the picks become. But yeah, we have the full composition here set up. Axel, VG with the back against the wall. They have to make it here. They have to win to force late Cobras into a 3rd game with the composition Gwen, Glaive, and Fortress. They are facing Flicker, Vox, and Black Feather. That looks like a promising game for Court. You said it could happen. The question is now, post the draft, do you think it can happen?
It still can, but if the late Cobras push advantage early, use this Flicker, get just ridiculous kills, then I think that's a sealed deal.
Alright, well, that being said, we have loaded into the fold, and it might be the last game of the night, but it is all up to XLVG to decide that one. Dalsy and Forecourt Jester, take it away.
I kind of like the composition XL drafted around Aroniak here. Putting a touchy on the Rome Fortress means that he's actually going to be dishing out a lot of damage that Fortress can dish out regardless. And the CP Glaive provides a lot of peel. But look at this flank onto the lane. King, oh, he's in trouble. This is something we haven't seen at all in the new season of Vainglory forecourt. And XL, an early advantage for themselves. How do you like that?
I might have wanted to see that it was going to be the Flicker comp to be the ones that are really super aggressive, but getting a kill on that Flicker comp, getting a kill on top of Lane King, this could actually just be a little bit more of a result of just they've had so many games today. They've had such long games that now it's time to really start burning up here early, look to end it, you know, that 15-minute mark and just become champions.
Well, we are going to see Aroniac take some backs for himself. The farm is still there in lane, stacked up, ready for Aroniac to get whenever. Cortez going to come up into lane as well to put the pressure back towards Jacob. Tachi going to join the 3. This is pretty interesting stuff, but Cortez going to get spotted out there with the Flicker Snare. Maybe they dive onto Lane King once more, look for an engage. Cortez trying to get into position with the speed up from that A ability of Fortress, but they can't quite find a return for their investment there.
Okay, so 1-0, a little bit more of a slowdown. It wasn't entirely convinced that we're just going to see like lane camping, but if Cortez comes up and we're far enough forward, like Lane King is still going to be a prime target, and yep, there goes the jump.
Yeah, this time though, Cortez unfortunately not able to knock Lane King into a compromising position, so he will be able to get away, but lots of pressure being shown here from the side of XL to try and shut down whatever advantage Jacob can have on this Flicker. I really like the idea that they're bringing forth here by continuously putting pressure into the lane and allowing this Gwen to farm safely and get the ambient gold. Yes, Itachi on the Fortress will be put behind a little bit, but they're actually kind of neglecting the strengths that Flicker has.
I'm something I'm actually convinced that Aroniac is just trying to get hyper farm so we can get a really early tension bow and just try to use the afterburn, use the percentage damage that is added by Itachi, and just pop people. So will that come to pass? Well, we'll have to see if that will come through. But Cortez at the same time, like he's been put behind the 8 ball when his goal is because he's been giving up so much.
What would you say is an early tension bow?
Before the 4-minute mark.
All right, because he's 100 gold away from getting it.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes is a good 30-second window there.
Well, no, sorry, he has the gold actually because of the weapon blades he has. So yeah, no, he has the amount of gold. He's going to push in this lane, I'm sure. But they're actually looking for Lane King once more. They come into lane. Oh, this time they knock back Jacob. Big damage, but Cortez tanks the turret. This is just a bait though from XL. They're all going to recall now, pie up. They need that tension bow in their stomachs, or maybe they don't go back and they shop up when the shop comes online in 10 seconds. But either way, this experience / hyper farm onto Aroniac, they're really putting a lot of priority towards him.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just really going to be trying to abuse early game. I feel like that early game gank, putting all the farm on top of Aroniac, like having Itachi and Cortez. You get the afterburn, you get that jump from the Fortress. You have that percentage damage pop. You have a tension bow on top of that for the pop, and you just try to win. And I'm not entirely convinced it's going to be a winning strategy, but it can be a winning strategy. Yeah,
no, 100%. Let's see the purchase here. 3,200 gold for Aroniac. You'll be able to get that tension bow, perhaps a heavy steel as well, if I know how to do maths.
Nope, maybe not.
He's just waiting for it right now.
Okay.
Tension bow, heavy steel, cool. And boots. Cortez has just finished his Storm Crown as well. This is huge item spikes for XL, but they are sitting on top of a scout trap. Oh, they spot it. Now they realize exactly why Lane King is not in the lane.
Okay, so this is the Ironiac game. This is his show. If he manages to deliver, it's going to be a good time for XL. But if he gets shut down, and we've seen that happen in the past with hyper carries, then they're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, they've got Aroniac to this point now, but they need to really start to abuse the damage, and they also need to shut down this Flicker as well. Oh, this is a good chance for them. Oh, they're all grouped up. Lane King gets bursted, but he's still alive, and now Aroniac's in trouble. Oh, Cortez goes to finish off the job, but he leaves Itachi and Aroniac to die. A double kill for the CP Black Feather that Joker is playing. And Cortez, well, he's just trying to create distance between himself and the rest of the guys. Cortez looking for a recall. Is he going to go? No, he can't go for the recall now. So he is pretty much forced to try and dip over this walk here. Let's see if he can land the afterburn. Decides not to. Just buying time at this moment. And actually, the time bought will allow Aroniak to push down the lane because Lane King has come to join. Cortez has another afterburn coming up very shortly, but he does get executed. So buys a lot of time, and Aroniak will look to try and deny as much harm as possible. Just has to be careful he doesn't get caught now in the lane.
Yeah, 3v2 could be a big disaster for them, but commendations to Cortez. You do commend him for his distraction work, but ultimately not really too much up in the lane is going to change. Lane King's coming up. He's going to be able to finish off everything there. Sorrowblade for the Vox. This has really been a big split where we've shifted away from the breaking point first into double monocle. A lot of builds these days are either the Serpent Mask, the Shiv, the Sorrowblade. Very rarely do we kind of go back to a bit more of an old school build like that. But I really do think that with the early game pushing coming out from XL for these fights, with these damage, right? You go into the tension bow, you have this pop comp, then you really do need that upfront damage here.
And Gwen's really good into Vox due to the fact that Vox has very little range, less range than Gwen. So you can use that tension bow as a massive power spike in the lane. But, you know, late Cobras have been playing this very defensively, not really wanting to ever toy with the idea of getting popped by this Gwen. I actually have, I think there's a big case for going down the sustain route here for Vox because of the fact that you're going to be having a Fortress and a Glaive jumping on your face, and you're also going to have Gwen looking to pop you and burst you, so you want to try and get into your defensive tree as soon as possible. Lane King, though, he's going to get the Sorrowblade before looking for any lifesteal items.
He's also going to have a completed reflex block there as well. That's a big deal because the earlier we get these reflexes, like the less of a chance of Cortez actually making an afterburn play, right? If you don't get hit by that afterburn, if you don't get knocked around, Cortez just overextends himself and you can collapse on that.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Here comes the engage coming out of Joker. And, oh my gosh, Aroniak is just struggling. Gets silenced and Joker gonna dive on in. CP, Blackfeather just doing all the work, and a touch, he's gonna get taken out as well. Holy damage coming out of Late Cobras there. The alternating current is all Joker has, but he used it to such great effect.
It's deceptively deadly. It's also deceptively survivable. Like you might see that Crystal be like, okay, it's just a one-trick pony, but no, those on-point shields when they land, they are no joke.
Now Cortez trying to defend the turret will not be able to. Does force the fountain, but that's not really going to mean anything because XL aren't in a position to chase down and look for another fight. This composition from Late Cobra is very interesting. We haven't seen much CP Blackfeather actually at all during this season. No. It's been primarily weapon power Blackfeather, but it's very nice to see Joker bringing it in and looking very fancy with it.
There is a case to argue about the Blackfeather kind of being almost pigeonholed a little bit, right? With the crippling Shiv coming out, the lifesteal, the double lifesteal, the Shiv carries have become very much a priority in this split because we got healers on both sides, a lot of self-sustain heroes out there like Ronas, like Voxes, Blackfeathers themselves, right? So having kind of a little bit more of a mentality of that weapon, and he's a great candidate for the lifesteal, great candidate for that poison Shiv. Yeah, you kind of forget about the CP sometimes. Like I wanted to see a bit of a CP Vox earlier on. Doesn't happen these days because again, like a lot of weapon focus to bring some more usefulness to some of these team fights.
100%. Breaking point finished. Lane King is not feeling at all affected by this double melee frontline that XL has. He's feeling very safe hiding behind Joker and Jacob here as they're consistently going on the offensive. So because of that, he goes down damage rather than sustain. And that's the right move. If you're ahead and you're winning team fights decisively, there's no need to sustain. But maybe XL have finally caught them out. Jacob gonna get taken on down, knocked out, and should be blown up. Atlas goes out last second, but the fountain's there for XL, and they're gonna look to dive into the Crystal Sentry. Dillingham does get picked up by the Joker, but a double kill comes forward for Aroniak as a big afterburn comes forward and knocks out the Joker. That's gonna be 2 kills going XL's way. Catching out Late Cobra is taking the gold miner.
Yeah, that's the trade. Like Late Cobras, yeah, they lost out 2 there, but other than just losing jungle, it doesn't even look like there's really going to be a big focus on lane. So picking up that gold miner, losing out 2 kills, I'm pretty sure that it's really okay with the Lane Kings, or the late Cobras. Lane King probably too, but they maintained the gold advantage. They didn't give up another objective, and really, like, Excel, all they get out of it is just a little bit more safe farming. So, yep, 100%. I'm with them on that one. Stealth to go through. We have a total big scout here.
Yeah, Jacob's just completely caught out, trying to rotate round, but this may still be turned by Late Cobras. The damage from Joker is just insane, and he's going to dive forward looking for Cortez. Gets the reflex block, but he waits out the afterburn, and they're going to take down the Joker. Great timing from Cortex. A double kill for Itachi, and it's going to just be Lane King caught between a Fortress and a Gwen. The ace for Excel as they managed to pull that one out, and the vision game that Itachi started to bring is really shutting down the Flicker.
Okay, so all of a sudden, yeah, that trade 100% not worth, and Jacob really went deep into that one. Like, he found that scout, he stuck to the back, and all of a sudden, you're like, oh, I'm just all by myself. So he tries to make that exit, and by then, just too little too late. Too much damage had been accrued right there from Excel, and they're able to focus down Joker, able to focus down Jacob, who went down almost back-to-back right there. So not a good move, that one, from the Late Cobras, but XL very happy to take that gold, very happy to take that objective. That's the bigger thing here, and now they're almost right back into this.
I was really impressed by how patient XL were. Everyone was low. Cortez was about to die, but he held on to the knockback on his afterburn right until the reflex block wore out. Now we are going to see another fight break out, but this time Itachi's in the middle of it. He's going to just get bursted on down. Cortez going to have to try and split and give room to Aroniak. He is going to be chased, but Jacob is not able to quite get on top of Aroniak to make sure he doesn't escape. Aroniak playing a dangerous game, pops the skedaddle right at the last second, but he's just going to get caught. That was dangerous moves, punished by Late Cobras. They're going to take down this Crystal Sentry here. 3,000 gold separate these two teams, but it's almost mind games that are winning the fights.
It's positioning. That's also being a big factor into this one. Like, not getting caught in some of these rotations, not being too far forward without the rest of your team. Like, we're just seeing people not all 100% on board with their teammates. Like, there might be some miscommunications going on. Perhaps these guys are getting a little bit tired. It's been some really long games on both sides, and it's been a heck of a day so far. 4 hours and counting, especially if you were doing scrims beforehand, for example, there as well. But there's definitely some kind of footsies improvement that could go a long way for both teams to finish out the game.
Right. Yeah. No. I think you're right there. That mistakes on both paths have been exploited over both games as well. I wonder how ready XL are for this game after playing so much Vainglory and so much being stuck almost in so many games. But wow, here we go, another engage coming out of them. They're looking for the Joker. Jacob goes forward, lays down that Atlas, but it's Cortez the main target as he's trying to chase everyone down. And a huge afterburn. The Joker caught up, but he's looking to escape. Itachi gets blocked, but they find the 1-for-1. Aroniak now on the front line, and he's trying to get the kill. Oh, Jacob just about gets out, and now Cortez gonna have to try and turn on. The Moon Cloak last second gets spotted out. Cortez gonna find the first kill. Can he find the second? Afterburn over the wall. Lane King gonna try and chase down with the boots. Oh, Cortez gets popped by a scout trap. The ace comes forward, and the kills go their way of Late Cobras.
All right, they eke it out, that one. Very hard fought on both sides, but there's a lot of dive to pick up Joker, and Jacob almost just willingly threw out his life at the end of right there. So Cortez, he was able to pop him, get that return kill. But the bigger thing is, again, the objective goes the way of the Late Cobras. They maintain that gold lead, they maintain the pressure, and even get a little bit of this jungle farm out here as well. Like, Lane King, once he gets into this fourth red item, we could actually be just seeing some straight up dominance in these, especially if it's going to be that bone saw. Oh, and it is a bone saw on top of that there as well. So XL, I feel like their engages are going to be very limited at this stage of the game because too many more fails, too many more objectives down, and they're really going to be on their last legs.
Yeah, 100%. You kind of have to... Oh, it's so hard. The vision's there for XL, and that's the thing that's keeping them alive. Or at least giving them a lot of information to try and take the right fights. But they are still far behind, 4,000 gold, and it is hurting their ability to execute team fights massively. Late Cobras, once more, they're in the driver's seat, like they were last game. They, in theory, shouldn't lose this game from now on. It's their game to lose, but last time we said that, we went 30 minutes due to some fairly bad positional
Luck.
plays from Late Cobras.
I would have said, the technical issues that we had to face was a bit more of a part of it as well. Because once you're in the midst of all things, your adrenaline, if you have to pause, will wear off. That has a negative effect on you as well.
Oh well, XL also has that. Like,
Yeah, so it goes
I
both
think
ways.
XL, the thing that you have to praise them was their ability to play to their team's comps' strengths and fight in those areas that they do have strengths. They are looking to charge forward here. Wonder if we see a Mooncloak engage come out of Late Cobras. Yes, we will. Here we go. Cortez going to be caught popping vision.
Itachi?
The escape is the question. Itachi's there. He's looking, but they've gone straight onto Aroniac. Fountain instantly popped by Itachi, but it doesn't do enough to save Aroniac. Huge Mooncloak plays, and now Itachi's going to give up his life to try and keep Cortez in the game. 16.5 minutes, and Cortez will be able to get across the wall, but that is a huge Mooncloak to get another massive lead for Late Cobras.
Late Cobra is hitting this mid to late game stride. Mooncloak for the engage did not have the vision. Like, look at the difference in vision on top of everything. Like, the whole map is just littered red. We got what? One. I see 2 scout traps to the blue name, but everything else is all coming up red. Just a stark difference in vision control.
Huge difference. And now that Late Cobras have the map positional advantage that they can push out into the jungle of XL without being punished too hard, it's going to be very, very difficult to clear this vision that Late Cobras have put down and try and keep vision to keep eyes on the flicker. This is the Kraken taken by Late Cobras. Last time this happened against XL and they were up against the wall. They forced a fight, got an ace, cleared the Kraken. That was in game 1 of our first series today. Let's see if they can do the same. Pardon?
Time to do it again. Yeah.
Right, absolutely. Everything is on them. They are going to look to try and force the engage. The Afterburn knocks Joker very low. Jacob caught in an Ace's high. They're chasing down and ignoring the Kraken, exactly reminiscent of game 1 of series 1. And now they're looking to try and find kills. Aroniac, a buckshot away from getting a double. He is going to find Joker and slow him. They're going to take him down. But all this time, Jacob is pushed into the base to do as much damage to these turrets with the Kraken as well. He is going to find at least one for his troubles. XL going to charge forward and make sure he doesn't go anywhere, but back to base in the quickest route possible. That's the ace coming forward for XL. They lose 2 turrets in the process, but they will stop the Kraken from taking their final Vein Crystal turret.
Yeah, the third one will remain, even if it's only going to be 1 or 2 hits. It's still standing. That's a pretty big deal. It's also the stoppage of the gold going over here to the Late Cobras. But yeah, that fight was very much the problem was that they split. Jacob either was not able to catch up to Lane King and Joker, who did really beeline out of there on very quickly, and he decided to push, or at the same time, he said, okay, you guys go be the wild goose chase, I'll go in the game. So it's not like Late Cobras need to be really worried at this point. I don't think. Yes, a little bit of gold went over with the kills. Yes, they got an ace, but there's not a lot of return damage that's going to happen in the next little bit. So as long as Late Cobras, keep their heads on, screwed up tight right there, they should still have the clarity and the execution to still finish this out.
And XL, they're going to use this moment to try and clear as much vision in their jungle out and try and place as much as their own so that they can try and evade a potential Mooncloak engage. However, with that Mooncloak up, there's always the chance of a very balls to the wall backdoor. Yeah, I don't think they would go for it. There's lots of vision and XL should be able to spot it, but the movement speed definitely can cause some issues. Aroniac going the 4 red items, 4 offensive items instead of building into the fence, into some armor. This is the first time we've seen him do it. I have to see if it's enough to provide the bang and the buck. Looks like they want another fight here at XL. They're just so cautious of engaging. Oh, okay, never mind. They go straight on to the Joker. Yeah, it's a footsies game. It's the cooldowns game. They're going to chase into the corridor here. Wait for it. Silences Cortez. There's the
Whoa.
ace high blocked up. Aroniak in trouble. Found comes out, but can he sustain? Can he blow up? No, he cannot. He's done. He's out. Atachi going to try and find the Joker. Dodges out the on point, but he just doesn't have the damage. The poor guy. Captain Rome just can't lay it down. And now Cortez running for his life. The scout traps are littered, but it's not going to be enough to kill him. He's going to have Lane King chasing him right on down. Another afterburn available. He is continuously getting away, but the Crystal Sentry gets involved and finds the last hit of Destiny. Late Cobras now with an ace. 19 seconds on Aroniak. They're going to charge forward and try and find this last turret.
Yeah, the Moon Cloak just thrown out for celebratory purposes at the end of it all, but not getting that blow up. Having a 4 red Gwen, just not enough. That's a big shame for XL right there.
Yeah, and they are now just the Vein Crystal being destroyed. Late Cobras 2-0 against XL. Finally find the team fight they need to take down the Vein Crystal. They do progress to tomorrow's final elimination bracket game to decide who will be our Challenger Series Challenge Battle Teams Blueberries. Late Cobras making it one step further to making it to the Challenge Battles 2 splits in a row.
Yes, and that is a GG well played for Late Cobras here. 2-0, they take the game over Axel, and what a series it was. A very, very good game and well played from both of the teams. So yeah, that is basically it for today, ladies and gentlemen. We have seen really good games. Let me actually bring up the bracket once for you, so we know and we see what has happened here today. So there we see it. Everything where we have scores filled in, that happened today. And of course, Late Cobras, they get a 2 and they will move on to face Reliable Union tomorrow. There we go. And that is very exciting. So tomorrow we see Late Cobras versus Reliable Union in the elimination bracket, and Lemon and Lime and Denial Esport in the winner finals, discussing and fighting who's going to make it to the grand finals and who's going to be knocked down for the 3rd place match. So as you can see, it's pretty interesting, Dalsy, that seed number 1, 2, 3, 4 did survive until now.
However,
yeah,
you know, you give it to Team Midgets, XL, Voodoo, and particularly Helldivers.
Yep, absolutely.
For making it this far. Helldivers was seeded 58th, and now the seeding is, it's very much heavily weighted on your solo queue ranking, which means Helldivers have some of the lowest ranked solo queue members on their team, but solo queue means nothing, man. It's all about your ability to play as a team, come together, gel, execute, and huge props to them for making it pretty deep into it. They made it to playoffs. It's super impressive. And not only that, you know, both Team Midgets and XL, yes, 15th versus 4th, 16th versus 2nd.
Yep.
They put up huge fights. They really earned their spot in this position of the playoffs, but now it's time for, as you said, the big boys 1, 2, 3, and 4 to fight for that remaining challenge battle spot.
Absolutely. And I think, yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. I think it's the first time that we had Helldivers seed 58 in the playoffs, you know, and they're like a couple of teams who are like really solid teams, but for various reasons they didn't make it to the playoffs. Unfortunately, we didn't see Team Quasar, for example, in the playoffs for the 2nd consecutive time here in this split number 2. So I'm very excited to see what is going on in summer season, but we are not done entirely yet with this split. We have tomorrow left, ladies and gentlemen. There's still the 9,000 eyes giveaway. Make sure to check out the website vaingloryleague.com. We will draw the winners the day after tomorrow and announce them on the website, so you can frequently check out the website to see if you did win. You don't have to take any action. The eyes will come flawless onto your account. That was it so far. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much all the teams for playing the great games. Tomorrow we have games going on. Quick glance at the bracket once again. We might continue throughout the elimination bracket and stream, excuse me, those 3 games towards the top, which means Late Cobras versus Reliable Union, and then the winner versus the outcome of Lemon and Lime versus Denial Esports loser. And yeah, I think it's going to be a great day tomorrow. Then we know who are the challenge battle contestants from the VGL, and shortly afterwards we will announce who they picked for challenge battles May 6, where again we have the Halcyon Gathering in London at the Fnatic Bunker. Check out !Halcyon Gathering in the Twitch chat. There are all information you need. Thanks Dalsy, thanks for Kurt. We will catch up tomorrow, continue this split number 2 and make it a wrap. And that being said, my name is Blueberries. Thank you very much for watching. I'm out.
I'm on
skies burn down.